Get ready for adventure with the Carroll County 2026 Agritourism Passport. From June through October, explore more than 25 local farms and agricultural events. Eat, play, learn, and support Carroll's agricultural community along the way. Pick up a passport at the Carroll County Visitor Center, or new this year, join the fun digitally through the Let's Rally app. Each stop you visit earns you entries to win exciting prizes. Learn more at carrollgrown.org/agritourism passport 2026.
Well, thanks for having me back, and I'm excited to get through this Market Hog show this evening. Really nice place to start in our first class of Berkshires, and I'll be the first to admit that our first and second are totally different in kind, but I think it comes down to just market basics. And while our class winner down there on the end is going to be a little bit more moderate in his type, I really like that one's proportions, his center body, and then just his freshness up high. He's easily the most cracked open in terms of his chest and muscle shape of the entire class, and then I think he comes together with the most show barrow look from the side in terms of his proportion, elevation, and the use of his rear leg. The young lady that's going to be second, that's a taller shouldered kind of a pig. I love his extension up ahead of his blade. And then when we talk about just frame size and flexibility, I think he's very good from that aspect. Just a pig compared back to our class winner that's a little plainer and drier in terms of his rib cage and shape up high, and then when he leaves us there as well. But a really nice, tall-shouldered, good, flexible kind of a pig to be in second. The young man that's going to be in third's got probably the heaviest muscled one out here. I like the scale of that gilt. She rolls a lot of shape up high out of the backside of her blade. And then she's got a ton of dimension from behind. She's a little itchy too, apparently. But I think a gilt that just falls apart a little bit in terms of her top line, falls out a little bit in terms of look, and just a little paler skin type of a hog when we compare her back to our top two. I'm going to go ahead and bring both the bottom two pigs out because I think they're really similar and need to be talked together. Both of them are just a little too closed up in their chest and a little frailer in terms of their features, their head, and their bone. I think the young man that is going to go ahead and be fourth, I think that one's got a little bit more shape out of the backside of his blade and working down his top. The barrel we round off the class with, I love that pig's design, really flexible, just needs a shot of power all the way through and a little bit more shape as he goes away from us. Nice way to start off our market show, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the day. Congratulations.
We would like to congratulate the following Berkshire exhibitors in Class 1. Aubrey Fair was first, Mesa Williams second, Jesse Burrell third, fourth Decade Stamball, fifth DeGannon Andrew. Reading down your program, 5, 2, 1, 3, 4. In the ring right now, we have Class 2. We have 7 entries in this class, including Chloe Miller, Sienna Sanat, Easton Smith, Kaylee Bertier, Harper Rashi, Alyssa Spielman, Tuck Stamball. Pigs in this class are weighing 250 to 256. If you're in Class 3, 4, or 5, make sure you're in your pens for the committee to come and get you.
Good evening and welcome to the 2026 Carroll County 4-H and FFA Fair. I'm off camera today, but I am your host, Sam Chamlin, and I am a 4-H'er, a 4-H parent, a 4-H volunteer, and a 4-H superintendent. And tonight we continue with the next on our livestock shows. We're excited to bring you our newest edition of our Swine Show. The Swine Show is our largest competition here at the fair, and it is filled with some really excellent swine and some even better kids. And so we hope you'll sit back and enjoy the Swine Show this evening as we bring you interviews from our winners, from some great stories going on in the lives of these kids, and try to get you behind the scenes as to what a swine project is all about. Tonight, we're only doing the market portion of our show. Our swine showmanship competition happened yesterday morning, and we will be bringing the winner on to talk a little bit about that. But we're immediately into our market show, and we're beginning with our Berkshires. We'll be moving through our purebreds and into our crossbreds before we call our champions this evening. So thank you again for joining us. Leave some comments. Let us know you're here, and we will see you throughout the night.
differences in terms of type and kind, and we'll talk about all of them as we get on through the class. But I think the young ladies, Berkshire Gildan over here to my left, is the easy place to land. I think when we talk about squareness and genuine shape and freshness, I think that one's the leader. And then when we talk about show pig quality from the profile, I think that's the easy place to land. Extremely fresh for a Berkshire pig up through her head and neck, and one that just comes together so nice from a build standpoint on the profile. Really nice place to land in this class of Berkshires. Young man's pig that comes in next is one that just hit me as really solid with nice proportions. If we could change his head shape and his jowl a little bit, I think a pig that's built wide and with a good body shape rolls up some dimension up high, and then when we study him, if we look past his head, I think one that balances really well. What beats him is the fact that he's just so heavy in terms of his jowl and head. We need to clean him up there to move him up past that gilt that wins this particular class. Young lady that comes out next, I think this one's probably a little bit taller shouldered. I like the length and flexibility of this hog. One that's just too frail in terms of his features, flatter in his forearm, needs to be stouter on his rear leg as he drives away, but a good flexible kind of a pig to sit there in third. Young lady that comes out next, this one's really stout, especially when we study her from behind. A lot of dimension when that one leaves us. I think for me, that one's just too closed up in terms of her chest, and then her rear toes are getting a little long and out there for me, but a nice stout kind of a Berkshire gilt to be there in fourth. Young man that comes out next has got the biggest scaled pig in the class and really extended ahead of her blade. For me, just too narrow in her chest and flat in her rib cage. Needs more overall dimension there in the center part of her body. Young lady that comes out next, I think this is a pig that is really good at the basics, really good and soft in terms of that center, pliable, and I think there's some dimension of muscle there, but I think we're just pushing past that pig's prime show days, just a little too heavy in terms of his condition. We can really see it there in the center part of his body. And then the young lady that rounds off our class has got one that's stouter and bigger chested than the pig right in front of her, one that just falls out from a build and design standpoint, too dry and harsh there in the center portion of her rib. A really good class of Berkshires with a lot of differences. Give all those exhibitors a round of applause.
Would like to congratulate Class 2 Berkshire Market Hogs. First was awarded to Alyssa Spielman, second to Easton Smith, third to Chloe Miller, fourth to Callie Bertier, fifth to Tuck Stamball, sixth to Sienna Sanat, and seventh to Harper Rashi. If you're reading down your program, 3, 6, 2, 4, 7, 1, 5. Entering the ring at this time, we have 7 Berkshire Market Hogs weighing 258 to 263. Exhibitors include Maggie Rabiati, Marshall Mongold, Robert Rashi, Evan Shoemaker, Riley Coles, Brooke Owens, Jarrett Edwards. Headed to the makeup area at this time should be Berkshire Market Hogs Class 4.
think an interesting top trio of Berkshire market hogs here, and I've got one I really like in third, but we'll talk about that one's problems here when we get to it. I think the young lady that we'll land on, I think just from a build perspective, wins this particular class. You know, that one's the best in terms of freshness ahead of her blade. And then when we get out in motor, that one's got a hip and hind leg that could go for days. Is he a little bit flatter and plainer in terms of his shape up high? Not as juicy for sure, but I think a pig that covers a lot of basics really well. The young man's pig, it's going to be second. I really like the proportions of this barrow. He's short in terms of his body, bold in his rib cage, and one that still is really mobile, square, and flexible. I think where we fall out in terms of comparing back to that class winner, just a little shorter and plainer about that neck and jowl area, but a really nice, good balanced barrow to be in second. The young lady's pig that comes out in third was the problem hog for me because I love a lot of things about that one. That one's fitted up extremely well, got a ton of shape and good fresh dimension up high. For me, when that one drives away, she's just not quite good enough off of those rear two. She's too short and tied out of her hip and straight in her hock. For me, that one's got to go better to get up to the top of this lineup. Young lady that comes out in fourth. Berkshire gilt that I really like from the profile. I love that one's design. I like her flexibility. For me, one that's just too closed up in terms of her chest has got to come at us a little wider right when she comes towards me. Young man that comes out next has got a big shapely one that may be the most true dimension out of the backside of her blade. I think one for me that's just a little too flat and dry in terms of her rib cage, but I do love the shape and the extra scale that one brings to the table. Young man that comes out next has got a good basics kind of a barrel. I like the flexibility out of his rear leg. I think for me, one that's just a little flatter and narrower when we compare him up to the top. And then the young man that rounds off our class, kind of the same thing can be said. Just a pig that needs a shot of muscle all the way through. But I give them all a big round of applause for another good set of Berkshire barrows with some challenge at the top end of that class.
Can you stand there to videotape during our grandchildren? There you go. See?
Results of Class 3 is as follows. First was awarded to Maggie Rabiati, second to Evan Shoemaker, third to Brooke Owens, fourth to Riley Coles, fifth to Robert Rashi, sixth to Marshall Mongold, seventh to Jarrett Edwards. If you're reading down your program, 1, 6, 5, 2, 4, 3, and 7. Entering the ring at this time is Berkshire Market Hogs Class 4. We have 7 entries. Exhibitors include Blaine Edwards, Evelyn Farver, Jesse Burrell, Madison Young, Reagan Feeser Favorite, Robert Rashi, and Wyatt Rashi. Pigs in this class range in weight from 267 to 272. While our judge is evaluating this class, we'd like to update the exhibitors and parents with some information. First of all, sale nominations will open at the end of the Duroc division. Sale nominations will open at the end of the Duroc division. In order To nominate, you must have already shown your pig. The exhibitor must be the one nominating their pig, and it needs to be done within the time before the end of the show. So at the end of the show, you'll probably have about 20 to 30 minutes, and then nominations will close. Additionally, I still have a pig whip and a back harness here on the announcer's table. Check your show boxes.
Yeah. Okay, where are you? What? Okay, I'll come out that way. Oh, okay. You can talk to the young lady right there in the end. Missing pages? Okay, I'm gonna leave my cup here.
Okay, they said it's missing pages.
I don't know.
I can't do anything. I
don't know.
My name's Caden Reed.
Good evening. We're here at the Carroll County Swine Show, and yesterday we began our swine show with our showmanship division. And so he escaped the camera yesterday, but he's not going to escape the camera today. I'm very excited to invite Caden Reed to the backdrop to talk a little bit about his win yesterday. So Caden, first of all, congratulations in a really competitive swine showmanship division.
Thank you. It's kind of very emotional, but my pig's name was Lightning McQueen. I bought him from a great family friend of ours, Stanley Miller, and my mind's still blown from yesterday, and I just can't believe I did it. So, but I've been working with him since I first got him. We would go to a bunch of jackpots, and we didn't do the best that I wanted to, but that happens to everybody. So, but I worked him and got him here, and I won it. But my brother won it last year, and it was great to win it this year to let the family run it on. So hopefully we'll do something better next year. But
So you were telling me beforehand that this pig's been a struggle. It's been a little bit of a challenge to get him here. And so what was that process like for you? And were you surprised at how he behaved yesterday?
Yes and no. Some days he has his off days, and some days he's on point. But yesterday I was surprised on how he acted. But he was getting tired towards the end. But you just gotta stay committed and trust your animal and trust what you put into him.
So tell us a little bit about that. Like, a pig does get tired. Like, those classes are intense, and they take a lot of energy, yeah? So I'm going to step back, because Caden put on his belt buckle. I want to give everybody a chance to see that. All right? That is the trophy. That's what everybody's after. So when you get that buckle, you have the opportunity then to show in the Champion Challenge class. So can you explain a little bit about who gets in that class?
The Champions is when Grand Champion showmen from years before all come together with the new Grand Champion and show off to see who's the master showman. And that show was just unbelievable, because all my friends that I've shown with over the years were all in it, and it was very emotional at the end. I'm surprised they let us take a picture in the ring and with each other, but it was very emotional and very fun.
Yeah, one of the neat things that I saw about it was all of you were really competitive, so that everybody wanted to win that class.
Yeah.
But as soon as it was over, it was like everybody just took a minute and let you guys kind of share a moment with one another, because you've got you and your brother, you've got past winners, you all have competed all over the country, and it was just a really special moment. And so you kind of felt that emotion in the ring.
Yeah, I still feel it till today.
Well, we were really glad you got to be a part of that, and you are one in a very long line of really accomplished showmen, and a most deserving addition to the name of the champions that have shown here.
Thank you.
Caden, thank you so much for coming and chatting with us, and good luck this evening.
Thank you. Have a good one.
At this time, we have 5 Berkshire Market Hogs weighing 273 to 279. Exhibitors include Jace Turfel, Wyatt Zilka, Brindle Williams, Chase Lease, and Grace Bertier. We need Class 6 Berkshire Market Hogs loading in the makeup area.
good pair of them at the top of this class. I think the young man's gilt here in the center is one to land on, Noah. I think just in terms of building them wide and square and flexible, and then still looking right from the profile, I think that's really the right place to go. Specifically where she beats the barrow in second is she rolls so much more genuine shape out of the backside of her blade. She's really fresh up high. I commend the young man for getting her ready extremely well. Young man's barrow was one that hit me hard right out of the gates. I think one that's built right. I like that one's angles. I like his flexibility. For me, just flattens there in his forerib and right up behind his blade there. Would like to just see more overall shape and expansion to move up past our class winner. Young lady that's going to come out in third, I really like this pig for being a big scaled, flexible kind of a gilt. One that could drive for days. That one's hip and hind leg is very good. I think for me, one that just comes at me too narrow in terms of her chest. She's just too frail in terms of her forearm and skull. Need to widen her up a little bit right when she comes at us. And we've got a pair of them that I'd like to bring out at the same time because I think they're really similar in terms of their type. Both barrows that are wide and pliable. I think they're big centered kind of a hogs that really leave us with some good dimension and shape. I think for me, though, a couple of barrows that are just a little too chubby in terms of their head. The one that beats the young man's here is just a little wider in his chest and rolls more shape up out of the backside of his blade. Good pair of them all the way through. Give these young people a big round of applause.
Results of Class 5 Berkshire Market Hogs. First to Jace Turfel, second to Wyatt Zilka, third to Brindle Williams, fourth to Grace Bertier, and fifth to Chase Lease. If you're reading down the program, 1, 2, 3, 5, 4. In the ring at this time, we have Class 6 Berkshire Market Hogs. There are 8 exhibitors in this class, including Brooke Friedel, Colby McKenzie, Isabella Snyder, Delaney Smith, Lillian Bertier, Braylee Lease, Emily O'Meara, and Brooke Owens. Pigs in this class are weighing 281 to 291. We have a vehicle in the gold sponsor parking that needs to be moved. It looks like a black Ford pickup truck or a red Ford pickup truck. Firemen's Association license plate 54540. Again, we have a red Ford pickup truck, it looks like. Firemen's Association tags, Maryland 54540 in gold sponsor parking that needs to be moved. Thank you.
Another class of Berkshires with a lot of differences as we move on down the line. I think a lot of really good pigs, but I think the young ladies in the middle is the place to land. I just think in terms of build, that one's up on his feet. Really good in terms of his flexibility. Is he the widest chested one in the class? No, but I really like that one's flexibility. He's really good and shapely up high. I think that's a really nice place to land. An attractive market hog that brings us some good shape and dimension to go with it. Young ladies that comes in second, that one's built really wide. I like that one's proportions from the side. He runs from his hip up to his blade, but I think for me, one that's just a little ouchy on those front feet, we need to elevate him on his pasterns, and that'd probably make him drive a bit more comfortable. Young lady that comes out next, I really like the basics of this gilt. Really sound, really flexible. I think in terms of hip and hind leg build, that one's very good. I think for me, just a little bit plainer in terms of that jowl and front end. Never gives me kind of that show pig look that those first two do as she drives on the profile. Young lady comes out next. This one's excellent, presented, skin and hair is impeccably good. One that has been fed very well, but I think for me, one that's just a little bit too short and quick in terms of his head, too chuffy in terms of that jowl. One that's wanting to slow down a little bit in terms of his drive, but I think a really muscular pig that is prepared very well. I think one that just is a little bit past his prime. Young lady that comes out next, really tall-shouldered kind of a barrel, and this one's on the drive, really flexible. I like the build and balance of this hog. I think for me, when he comes and goes, he's just too narrow gauged. I'd like to widen that one up and make him stouter in terms of his bone to just move him up in that particular lineup. The young lady that comes out next, that one is stouter in terms of structure, a good pliable centered kind of a barrel with a lot of dimension. It's when that one drives away. He wants to pull that rear hock in and just makes him go less coordinated on the drive. Can't move him up any further because of that. Young lady that comes out next brings us one that's leaner than the one directly ahead of her. Good shape up high, just a little bit plainer in terms of build. And the young lady that rounds off our class, a similar story. I think one that rolls a lot of good, fresh shape up high. For me, just too dry in terms of that rib cage. Need to make her bolder and more pliable in terms of her center. Give them all a round of applause. Another really good set of juniors.
We'd like to congratulate our Class 6 Berkshire exhibitors. First was awarded to Colby McKenzie, second to Delaney Smith, third to Isabella Snyder, fourth to Brooke Owens, fifth to Emily O'Meara, sixth to Lillian Bertier, seventh to Braylee Lease, and eighth to Brooke Friedel. If you're reading down your program, 8, 1, 3, 2, 6, 7, 5, 4. We're ready to select our champion Berkshire Market Hog. We have the following exhibitors. From Class 1 is Aubrey Fair, 246-pound market hog. Class 2 is represented by Alyssa Spielman. Her hog is weighing in at 255. Maggie Rabiotti's pig weighs 258. Evelyn Farvers is weighing in at 267. Representing Class 5 is Jace Turfel. His pig is weighing in at 273. And Colby McKenzie from our last class, her pig is weighing 282. At the conclusion of this class, we will move into our single Chester class prior to moving into our Duroc Market Hogs. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. Cassidy Lewis, we need you at your pen immediately. Cassidy, to your pen immediately. Thank you.
put your hands together for an excellent Berkshire show to get us started on the evening. You know, we had a lot of depth in this breed to go along with a lot of quantity in terms of numbers, and I think these class winners represent their particular lineups very well. You know, we're trying to look for pigs that are bold, they're stout, they're shaped right, and then they're flexible on the go as well. And then I like them just a little more correct in terms of their proportions as well, if we can meet those other basics. For me, that there's a couple of them, or there's really three that it becomes very close for, that kind of give us those extra pieces in terms of balance and flexibility, and then giving us just a really good look from the profile. I'll go out and shake the hand of your champion. There's one that I think brings more positives together in terms of flexibility and with the skeleton. I'll go pick your champion Berkshire, and then we'll get a reserve. But a really good breed to get us started on the evening. I'm excited to get into the rest of the show.
We're going to bring back Wyatt Zilka from Class 5. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are in the back area and you don't have an exhibitor showing, please make your way to the bleachers. You're blocking the aisles. We need to be able to move our hogs back and forth.
We dropped that second back out, and like we talked in class, a good basics blade. For me, there's two of them. They get awful close for reserve. I'll go out and shake the hand of your reserve champion Berkshire. I think it's really tight between these two. But let's give them all one more big round of applause before we get into the next breed.
Results of your Berkshire Champion Drive is as follows. Congratulations, Jace Turfel on champion. And your reserve champion was exhibited by Colby McKenzie. We'd like to thank Rusty Iron Farm, Dean and Della Leister, and the McKenzie family for the donation of those trophies. At this time, we're moving into our single entry for the Chester White division. This is Cassidy Lewis, and this pig weighs 262.
Young lady brings us a really nice single entry Chester that's going to be our champion. I think one that could definitely stand some heat. That one's built right in terms of his proportions, maybe pushing his hock a little bit outside of his body, but I really like his blade and forearm. I like his rib cage and his shape up high and dimension from behind. Really good place to be a single entry. Congratulations to that young lady for bringing us a good one.
Congratulations to Cassidy Lewis for exhibiting your champion Chester White Market Hog. That trophy was donated by Hickory Hollow Farm, Chris and Megan Weaver. Entering the ring at this time, we're moving on to our Duroc Market Hog division. First class has 6 entries, including Brooks Warner, Blakely Felkner, Caleb Nelson, Audrey Miller, Ryan Nelson, and Lucy Flynn. Weights on these pigs are 241 to 259. Looking for class 13 Durocs. Exhibitors need to be in your pens. For all Duroc Market Hog exhibitors should be in your pens at this time. Duroc Market Hog exhibitors in your pens at this time.
We We have a single entry to get started in our lightweight Durocs, and I think a pig that, again, could stand some heat. I think a good, soft, pliable, centered kind of a pig that's good in terms of her neck and blade and forearm. One that is really nice just in terms of the basics. Would like to see her roll a little bit more fresh shape at the top side of her skeleton, but a good, nice single entry to start off our Duroc show. Give him a hand.
After Duroc.
Results of Duroc Market Hog, Class 11. Congratulations. Oh, we're not done there yet.
I thought it was a single entry. I thought class 11 was a single entry. And it wasn't. There was Chester, but he was at the bottom, and I thought, oh, it was a single entry.
Congratulations, Brooks Warner. He was first in Class 11. Class 12 is in the ring at this time.
As we get into our first class of Durocs with some numbers, I think the young lady brings us a really interesting animal out here in the middle. I'd sure like to get those mites cleaned up on her feet, but I think one that's just so stout and heavy in terms of her structure. We really look at that one's skull, and she's got a really stout in terms of her head shape. And then when we get off to the profile, I still like the way her neck attaches into the top side of her blade. I really like the balance of that gilt on the drive. Like I said, if we could clean those feet up in terms of those mites on her feet, I think we'd really have something. The young man down here on the corner that's going to be second, another one that's really stout and terms of build and really good at the basics. I like the hip and hind leg on that gilt. I'd like to get her out of the corner a little bit to see how she's driving. But that young man's out here doing his best. I think wide, pliable, good and flexible, and that one a good place to be second. The young man that's going to be third, another one that's big in terms of chest, bold in terms of rib cage. I think for me, one that needs a stouter hind leg and needs to go a bit more flexible on the drive. A really good top trio there with some interesting differences. Young lady that comes out next, I really like this one in terms of basic build. That one's sound. She's flexible, really clean and refined in terms of her head and neck. For me, one that needs to be just opened up in terms of her chest and needs to be bolder in terms of her rib cage. And the same thing can be said about the young lady that rounds off our class. Another big scaled kind of a hog that's loose and flexible in terms of her rear leg. Just too dried out in terms of that center. Like to darten her skin and hair coat up a little bit. Really good class of red ones all the way through. Give them a hand.
We'd like to congratulate our exhibitors in Class 12. First was awarded to Lucy Flynn, second to Caleb Nelson, third to Ryan Nelson, fourth to Blakely Felkner, and fifth to Audrey Miller. Reading down the program, 4, 2, 5, 3, and 1. In the ring at this time, we have Class 13. Duroc Market Hogs weighing 261 to 269. Exhibitors include Chase Turfel, Graham Hester, Evan Shoemaker, Emma Harrison, and Boone Harrison. Again, for all of those showing pigs tonight, we will open sale nominations at the conclusion of the Duroc division. Again, sale nominations will start at the end of the Duroc division.
We're here at the Carroll County Swine Show, and we begin our show with our purebred hogs. And we have our first purebred winner here this evening, so congratulations to Jace Turfel. Jace, you got to be very excited winning our Berkshire division.
Yes, thank you. And I really like showing pigs. It's just really nice of winning.
So you've shown Berkshires for a little while now. You have some really high quality Berkshires. What do you like about Berkshires?
I like that they're nice, and I like their colors on them and all that kind of stuff.
They are pretty docile, aren't they? I always find they're really easy to get along with.
Yes, they are.
So you've got a good one. Tell us a little bit, kind of as a judge, what you like about your hog and what you might change about your hog, or where you might make her a little better.
I like how she strides with me, and she walks her head and gets her head up and all that kind of stuff.
So, and you have other pigs here this evening, right?
Yes.
What else is your family showing?
Crossbreds and Duroc.
All right, and I think your brother's in the ring now, if I remember correct.
Yeah, he
So
is.
I'm gonna let you go watch him. But Jace, thanks for coming by, and good luck with the show.
Thank you.
Another good lineup of Durocs out here, and I think the young man's that we're going to lead off with just brings us a lot of really interesting pieces. We love the elevation of that one. I love the stoutness in terms of her forearm, and then just her skull and the way her neck attaches to the top of her blade. And then she's still flexible and mobile on a really stout skeleton to get out and drive. Maybe would like to widen her up a little bit in terms of her knee and chest, maybe blow that forerib apart a little bit, but I think a really nice gill with a lot of interesting pieces that young man should be proud of. The young man that's going to be second out here in the middle, I think a gilt that we've had a hard time getting a good look at. She's giving that young man a hard time out here. But that one's really long in terms of her hip and good in her hind leg. I like how big and pliable her center is. One for me that's just a little tougher to evaluate because she's kind of being a knucklehead out here. But we can always see those really good basic pieces on one, even if they're just standing still. The young man does an excellent job with this showing this bear that's going to be third. I think one that's elevated, good in terms of proportions, one that just needs a bigger forearm and chest when he comes at me, one that needs to be stouter in terms of his rear leg, but that young man brings us a really nice pig and does an awesome job getting him shown. Same thing can be said for the young lady that comes out next in a really similar type of barrel, one that's tall-shouldered, but one that does need laid back in the angle to his blade. She does an awesome job getting that barrow stuck, one that just needs more muscle and shape in the seat of his pants when he drives away from us. The young man that rounds off our class, brings us one that's big and bold in terms of center, maybe just a little bit more mature there at the top of his blade. His chine's working up, needs a shot of muscle when he leaves us from behind. Another good class of bears all the way through. Give him a round of applause.
Yeah. Yeah, I've done it about 3 or 4 times. So jump in a few minutes, you can go right behind him there.
Results of Class 13 is as follows. Congratulations to Graham Hester with first, Cash Turfel with second, third to Evan Shoemaker, fourth to Emma Harrison, and fifth to Boone Harrison. If you're reading down our program, 2, 1, 3, 4, and 5. Into the ring at this time, we have Class 14 Duroc Market Hogs. We have 9 entries in this class. These hogs are weighing 270 to 274.
I'll preface by saying that I don't think we have the stoutest two pigs at the top end of this class, but I think we have the best two. And the young ladies guild over to my right, I think, is one that hit us really hard out of the gate. That one's build and balance and proportions are very good from the profile. Sure, we'd like to see her stouter in terms of her ankle and foot and just overall bone and skull, but I think one that gives us a good spread up high, comes together excellent from the side, and then is really long and good out of her hip, and that's specifically where she beats the young man's barrow in second. You know, I think that barrow is a little shorter in terms of his hip and a little tighter in terms of his step. And I think one that does too need to be opened up in terms of his chest. But really when we study that one from his hip forward, from a build and balance standpoint, he's very good. He runs uphill, gives us a really neat look when that young man shows him. He does an excellent job. Young man's gilt that's going to be third, probably the boldest centered one of the top three. I really like the forerib and the chest in that pig. I think for me when we get her out here, she's just not as neat in terms of her head and neck attachment, and she's a bit more uncoordinated off of that rear leg when she drives, but a really good trio of them there at the top. Young lady that comes out in fourth, this one's got some really interesting pieces. You know, really stout skull, really big limbs. I like the stoutness of foot and bone in this gilt. I think when we really get on top of this one, though, she's pretty darn flat in her rib cage and narrow up high. We need to just bulk her up in terms of her center and give her more shape and dimension up at the top side of her skeleton. Young lady's gilt comes out next is one that's really interesting to me, probably the heaviest structured one in here of our top five, especially really bold and pliable centered. For one that's she's just really hard for me to get a look at. She never really gets her head out of the dirt. Would like to see her just show a little better in terms of her presentation, but a really heavy structured, bold centered kind of a gilt to sit in fifth. Young man that comes out next brings us one with an excellent presentation. Really good skin and hair on this pig, really good and practical about his center. For one for me, especially in this class that's got some heat at the top end and really all the way through, I think one that we need to pick up on his pasterns. He's getting a little softer up front there, one that needs to just be elevated in terms of his dew claw and his build. Young man's lighter colored barrow that comes out next, another practical one that's loose and flexible. That pig just needs more shape and muscle when he goes away from us. Young man that comes out next, one that's pretty shapely in terms of her kind, one that's just a little narrower and flatter there in her forearm. And then the young lady that rounds off our class probably brings us the widest and heaviest muscled pig in the class, one that just has to come together better from a build standpoint and just too coarse in terms of her junctures. Give all of them a round of applause. Another deep set of pigs with a lot of quality all the way through. Thank you.
We would like to congratulate the following exhibitors in Class 14. First was awarded to Caroline Smith, second to Graham Hester, third to Luke Miller, fourth to Everly Hester, fifth to Cabry Turner, sixth to Ridgely Turner, seventh to Colby Wetzel, eighth to Isaac Marble, ninth to Brenna Chamberlain. If you're reading down your program, 7, 3, 6, 1, 4, 5, 2, 9, and 8. Entering the ring right now, we have Class 15, Duroc Market Hogs, weighing 275 to 279. Our photography is being done by Kelsey Zepp. If you would like to go to her website, it is kazphotography.smugmug.com. Again, photography of all our pictures in the ring and backdrops is found at kazphotography.smugmug.com.
Another good class of red ones, and I really think there's quality all the way down this line, but this young man's barrow out here in the middle kind of brings a gun to a knife fight in terms of this particular class. I think one that's just busted open in terms of his chest, so bold and fresh in his rib cage, and then having that extra shape up high and when he goes away from us, and doing it all in a show barrow package. I love his proportions. His neck hooks into the top of his blade the right way, and then he's still plenty flexible when he drives away. That's a really good place to land in this lineup. And then I think it's really close between second and third. I think we've got some differences. I'm going to opt for the extra balance in the Guild in second. Between the two in second and third, I think she's better in terms of her neck and blade attachment. One that's better in the angle to her blade as well. And then I think she's more flexible as she drives the ring. She's continued to go out here, even though I've taken a little bit longer on this particular drive. Young lady in third, that one's really intriguing to me. Just so big in terms of her chest, stout in her features, and opened up in terms of her rib cage. I think a gilt that's just a little bit lower in terms of her front end. Her neck doesn't attach in such a neat fashion. A little bigger and clumsier in terms of her ear set as well. But a really good trio at the top of that lineup that all have some really intriguing pieces. Young lady brings us a barrow that from the profile could stand a lot of competition. When we talk about neck and attachment and stoutness of forearm, that's the one that matches our class winner. I think when he drives away, he's a little tighter out of that hip and he wants to push that hind leg out. And then when we get right on top of him, he's flat in his rib cage and needs more shape up high. The young lady that comes out next brings us one that I had to ponder on for a minute, one that's really big in terms of her kind. I think she's excellent in terms of her build, her angle, or shoulder angle specifically, and her flexibility out of her rear leg. One that's just a little bit flatter in terms of her design and overall shape. The lighter skin barrow that comes out next is one that's really stout in his feature. I like his shape and dimension up high. One that's just a little plainer in his build, a little more rocked forward in terms of his shoulder blade, but a really nice barrow to sit there to come out next. The young man that brings us this dark red gilt out next, I think one that's loose and flexible, just needs to be stoutened up when she goes away from us. Young lady that comes out next has got one that fixes that problem. She's got more shape down in the lower part of her hand, just a little plainer to look at. And then the young man that rounds off our class, kind of similar to that last class, I think one that's probably the stoutest and heaviest in terms of feature, stoutest and heaviest muscle, one that we just have to fix from a build standpoint and clean up in terms of smoothness. But a really good class all the way through. I think every pig in that particular lineup had some class-leading advantages. Give all those individuals a round of applause.
We need a black Chevy truck parked in the wash rack, moved immediately. A black Chevy truck, it's parked in the wash rack. We need it moved immediately. New license plate 60400K. I'm sorry, it's a Ford. Black Ford pickup truck parked in the wash rack. Brand new license plate 60400K. Is that a 6?
Yeah, sorry.
Thank you. Results of Class 15 is as follows. Congratulations, Caleb Chamberlain first. Second was Luke Miller. Third was Jessica Repass. Fourth was Everly Hester. Fifth was Addison Fritz. Sixth was Leah Fritz. Seventh was Ridgely Feltner. Eighth was Taylor Smith. And ninth was Josh Green. If you're following along in our program, 738-512-964. In the ring at this time, we have Class 16 Duroc Market Hogs. We have 11 entries in this class, including Brooks Turner, Alex Miller, Libby Green, Lane Miller, Rowan Kaiser, Evelyn Farver, Quinn Fogel, Harper Rashi, Sarah Bauman, Colt Smith, and Raylan Stamball.
I think this class offers a little more sort and go than what we've had in previous classes. I don't know that we have just a standalone winner, but I think the young ladies kind of continues to surface just from a build and quality standpoint. Is he the biggest chested or the stoutest bone? No, but I think he's really fresh in his presentation. He's loose, he's flexible, and when she gets his head up, he balances up nice on the side. I think he's a really nice place to land. I think we've got some sorting to do, but I think the young man's really stout, heavy structured barrow. It's a good place to go second. I think a wide made kind of a hog that's good and stout in his hip. One for me that's a little coarser in terms of his presentation, maybe just a little staler in terms of his look, but a good stout kind of a pig to sit in there in second. The young man that's going to be third brings us the heaviest structured one of the drive. Really big forearm, really big foot in that gilt. One for me that's just a little too low on her pasterns, needs to be a little more coordinated off that rear leg, but a really good trio there at the top. Young lady brings us a big scaled hog that comes in next, one that's soft and pliable in terms of center, loose and flexible, one that's just a little bit plainer in terms of shape, just needs stoutened up at the top side of his skeleton. Young man's dark red barrow that comes out next. Again, one that I really like in terms of flexibility. That one could drive all day. I think for me, one we need to stouten up in terms of bone work, just put a little bit more foot and ankle into that gilt to move her up. Young man that comes out next brings us one that brings more shape out of the backside of his blade, one that's just a little bit lower in terms of his front end, a little bit chuffier in terms of his head, just a little bit staler in terms of his look today. Young lady that comes out next brings us a really productive type of a pig. I like the center and forerib in this hog. I think one for me that just needs to be stoutened up in terms of bone work, lay a bigger forearm into that barrow to just give him a stouter appearance to move up in this particular class. Young lady comes out next, brings us another really heavy structured one we just need to make a little bit smoother in terms of her presentation. And then the young lady that rounds off our class, another big scale, tall-shouldered type of a pig, one that's really stout in terms of his bone work, one for me that needs to just have more in the seat of his pants. We need more shape down in the lower part of his ham. Really good class all the way through. Give him a round of applause.
We would like to congratulate our exhibitors in class 16. First was awarded to Evelyn Farver, second to Lane Miller, third to Brooks Turner, fourth to Libby Green, fifth to Alex Miller, sixth to Rowan Kaiser, seventh to Sarah Bowman, eighth to Quinn Fogel, and ninth to Harper Rashi. We will conclude our Duroc show with class 17. We have two exhibitors, Colt Smith and Raylan Stamball. These pigs are weighing 290 and 294. When we're done this class, we will select your champion and reserve champion Duroc Market Hog.
Moving to our final class, a heavyweight Durocs, and I think the young lady brings us a really nice one that's heavy in terms of her structure, one that's kind of a bigger outline type of a gilt, tall-shouldered, loose and flexible, one that I'm excited to see back out here in our champion drive. The young man's barrow that's going to be second, that's a big pinned kind of a barrow that's got a lot of shape when he goes away from us, really turns a good groove down his top as well. I think one for me that falls out a little bit just in terms of being a little bit plainer in terms of presentation, a little bit more forward in his angle to his blade, but a really good class of them for just having two. Give them all a round of applause, and I'm excited to get into our champions.
We are now going to select our champion Duroc Market Hog. Starting with class 11, Lucy Flynn's pig weighed in at 259. Class 12 is exhibited by Graham Hester. That pig weighed in at 265. Class 14, Caroline Smith's pig weighed in at 274. Caleb Chamberlain's 15 winner weighed 277. Evelyn Farver's Duroc weighed in at 286 and Raylan Stamballs at 294. Class 14, I apologize. That class winner was Caroline Smith.
Put your hands together for our Duroc exhibitors for bringing us another really deep breed of pigs. You know, I think the quality at the top end of this breed is very good, and we had a couple of classes there that they went 5, 6, 7 deep in some instances. And it's really rare for a county fair. After you get past the first couple in a class, usually the quality drops off pretty quick. But I think this fair is a little bit different, and to have that kind of quality 5, 6, 7 deep in a class is not very typical. For me, it comes down to two of them. They're different. One of them's got some really out there pieces, really neat in terms of some stoutness and heaviness of structure, and then one of them's really opened up in terms of chest and has a big, fresh, pliable center and top side, and then gives us all those show pig attributes we're looking for. I'm going to go out and shake the hand of your champion, and then we'll pick a reserve. But again, an excellent breed, and I'll be excited to get them both back in here for our top 5 later.
We're looking for Luke Miller to return to the ring. We will have a presentation at the conclusion of the Duroc show. There will be a presentation by the Harrison family. We will take a 5-minute break for the presentation from the Harrison family.
Young man drops our second place out here, and I think she fits right in. Big chested, neat to look at. One that really just exemplifies the quality and the depth in those classes. But for me, there's one that stands out with some extra pieces. The young man right in front of me will be our reserve.
We would like to congratulate your Duroc Market Hall champion, Caleb Chamberlain, and your reserve, Graham Hester. Those awards were sponsored by Paul and Jamie Lynn Hester and family and Honey Hay Farms, the Rabiati family. At this time, the Harrison family will make a presentation.
We're excited to give the Jane Harrison Memorial Premier Duroc exhibitor again this year. It is composed of 3 components: showmanship, their market hog placing, and their herdsmanship in the barn. Every year it's always a difficult placings. It's all by points, but we have a young exhibitor that has placed well yesterday in showmanship, winning their class, won their class here tonight, and has been working very hard back in the barns. Caroline Smith, you are the Jane Harrison Memorial Premier Duroc exhibitor this year. Please come up and accept your award.
good class as we get into our Hampshires here, and I think two that are totally different in terms of kind. I think the young lady's lighter colored one over to my left just offers us more market hog quality in terms of having more shape out of the backside of her blade. You know, she really turns up with a lot of dimension up high, really heavy muscled when she leaves us. I'd really like to stouten her up in terms of her structure and maybe elevate her head attachment into her blade a little bit, but I think that's being picky. I have a good market hog with a lot of dimension. Young man's bear that comes in next is one that's a little bit looser in terms of his build, a little bit stouter in terms of his hind leg, one that's just too flat in his rib cage for me and needs more shape at the top side of his skeleton, but a good pair of them that offers some differences, and I'd be excited to get them both back in here for the champion selection.
Results of Class 20 Hampshire Market Hogs. First to Jessica Repass, second to Jacob Braun. Into the ring at this time, we will bring Class 21 Hampshire Market Hogs. We have 4 entries: Liam Hartner, Macy Eves, Hayden McGrath, Avery Becker. And attention in the barn, attention in the barn. If anybody has Benadryl, if you could please bring it to the announcer stand. We have an exhibitor who needs a Benadryl. If you have it on you, can you please bring it to the announcer stand?
Another good class of Hampshires, and I think this one breaks out pretty easy. The young man's over here to my left brings us a really nice gilt, one that's opened up. I like her proportions, I like her balance, and then she's wide, shapely, and flexible on top of it. That's a good place to land in this lineup. The young man over here to my right brings us that thin belted gilt that's big in her kind. She's tall-shouldered, one that's loose and flexible, just needs to be stoutened up in terms of her shape compared to our class winner, specifically needs more turn and dimension up high. Young lady that's going to be third brings us one that's shapelier than the one in second. You know, that one has a tremendous amount of dimension and squareness out of the backside of her blade. For me, it's when she drives away. She's too short out of her hip and getting too tight and tucked up underneath of herself in terms of her rear leg. The young lady that rounds off our class brings us a bear that has some really interesting pieces. I like his stoutness of structure, I like his body, and I like his general build and balance from the side. For me, though, he's just too down on those pasterns, and it's really making him tender-footed up front. I really wish we could get him elevated there because I think that's a good bear that's just got some issues down low. Really good class. Give them all a round of applause.
We got it. Thank you so much.
We would like to thank everyone who came through with the Benadryl. We've got that taken care of. Appreciate your support. Class 21, Hampshire Market Hogs. First was awarded to Liam Hartner, second to Hayden McGrath, third to Macy Eves, and fourth to Avery Becker. Reading down your program, 1, 3, 2, 4. Into the ring at this time, we're going to select your champion Hampshire and reserve champion Hampshire Market Hog. In contention, we have Jessica Repass. Her hog is weighing 265, and Liam Hartner, his is weighing 275.
Another a smaller breed in terms of numbers, but a breed that really is near to my heart. This kind of started my journey as a livestock breeder, breeding Hampshire pigs back in about 2005 as a little 9-year-old kid. And so I'm really partial to Hampshires. I like them. I understand they're really hard to breed, but I think the young man out in the middle needs to be our champion because that one's pretty good. Congratulations.
Your champion Hampshire was exhibited by Liam Hartner. We'll be bringing Hayden McGrath back in contention for reserve. This market hog weighs 285.
We dropped the young man's thin-belted reserve, or a second back in here, and I think one that fits right in, loose, flexible, got some pliability. Like we talked in class, maybe not just as Shipley as the one that just right ahead of him in that particular class. And as we evaluate the two of them, the one out of our first class has a little more shape up high. This one's a little looser and more flexible and a little softer in terms of her design. She's going to be our reserve. Congratulations.
Results of your champion Hampshire division. Congratulations to Liam Hartner. That trophy was donated by Joseph Laney. Your reserve champion market hog was Hayden McGrath. And that trophy was donated by William Harrison and family. That does conclude our Hampshire division. And we're moving into our Hereford market hog division, starting with class 24, 2 entries, Riley Dell and Hunter Huff. These pigs are weighing in 241 and 253 respectfully. We'll be ready for class 25 in the holding area.
Good class of Herefords to get us started in this breed, and I think some differences between the two, but the young lady to my left, one that's just so fresh and well presented. I really like that one's look up front, really gives you a nice look and design from the side. I really got a good place to start our first class of Herefords. The young man's kind of belted bear that's going to be in second, one that's really wide and bold, one for me that's just a little bit softer in terms of his pasterns, one that's a little bit plainer in terms of his head shape, but a good pair of them to start our lightweight division. Give them a round of applause.
We would like to congratulate Class 24 Hereford Market Hog exhibitor Riley Dell, and Hunter Huff was second. Entering the ring is Class 25. These 4 market hogs weigh 267 to 274. Exhibitors include Bryce Dennis, Chase Green, Cora Guyman, and Lloyd Arball.
really an interesting class that has a lot of differences to talk about. And I think one that maybe doesn't give us just a surefire winner, but I think the young lady's kind of white-fronted one over there just brings the most positives together. Got a good Shipley hog, she's lean, she's got some dimension, and then she's really fresh and good in terms of her presentation. She's done an excellent job with her skin and hair routine at home, and I really think it shows here today. The one that's tough for me to evaluate is the young man in second, because I think that's a pretty good pig, but his presentation kind of detracts from his quality, I think. I think a big-chested, big-barreled kind of a pig that's stout and good-looking. One for me that comes to us in just too plain of a package. We'd just like to see him a little bit fresher in the way he's put together. The young man that's going to come out in third gives us a loose, pliable, centered kind of a barrow. Again, one that's really good in terms of his presentation. Again, good job. But I think a pig that's just too frail in terms of his features, needs stoutened up in terms of his bone work. Would certainly like to see a bigger foot laid underneath that one. And then the young man that rounds off our class brings this one with a lot of shape up high and from behind. One for me that's just a little bit flat in that center and needs to be widened up underneath all the way through. Give them all a round of applause for bringing us an interesting class to evaluate.
I would like to congratulate Cora Guyman first, Lloyd Arbaugh second, Bryce Dennis third, and Chase Green fourth. If you're reading down your program, 3, 4, 1, 2. Into the ring at this time, we have the following exhibitors: Emma Harrison, Brooks Warner, Caroline Schindler, Haley Bittinger, Caroline Schindler, and Madden Story. These 6 hogs are weighing between 278 and 289. At the conclusion of this class, we will move into our Hereford Champion Division. We'd like to introduce our judge. Matt Marion is from West Cherry-Halt. He was a member of the livestock judging teams at both Blinn College and Kansas State University. Matt and his family own and operate Coal Creek a diversified livestock operation focusing on cattle and sheep production. Matt is also the ag educator at Terre Haute High School. Please put your hands together and welcome Judge Marion here to the Carroll County Swine Show. Thank him for coming in.
good pair of them at the top of this class, and the young lady's gilt for me just wins in terms of the build of her rear skeleton and then the stoutness of her structure and feature. I think that's a stouter skulled gilt that's got a bigger ankle and foot, and then she drives just looser out of her hip and her hind leg as she travels the ring. I think that's what we're going to go ahead and use her. The young lady brings us one that she shows the heck out of, probably a little taller shouldered, really fresh and shapely up high. I think for me, just a little shorter out of her hip and a little shorter step in when he goes away. I think one that's just a little frailer in terms of his ankle and bone as well. Need to just stouten him up in his skull and his feature to move him up further in his class. Young lady that comes third brings us a bear that's good in his proportions. He's good in his stoutness and flexibility. One that's just a little lower on those front pasterns and a little plainer compared to those top two for me. Kind of a similar story with the young man that comes out next. A good productive type of a barrow that's loose and flexible, but just a little plainer in terms of his head shape. The young man that comes out next, probably the one that's the biggest in terms of kind. A lot of shape down that one's top. Just too dry and harsh in that center rib. One that needs to be just softer there to move up with those contemporaries. And then the barrow that rounds off our class, one that's moderate in his kind, really bold in his center. For me, one that's really down on those front ends and its effect and his ability to drive out of his front skeleton. But a good class of them all the way through with a bunch of differences. Congratulations.
We would like to congratulate Haley Bittinger.
Our purebred market show rolls on, and we have just had one of the deepest purebred shows that we've had in quite some time as we celebrated our Duroc hogs. And here at the Carroll County Fair, our Duroc exhibitors are a special group, and we give out a special premier Duroc exhibitor to a young person who has excelled in the breed and excelled as a hog showman. And so we have our premier Duroc exhibitor, Caroline Smith, with us. And so, Caroline, first of all, congratulations on this achievement in what is really a special breed around here.
Thank you.
So tell us a little bit about the award. How do they make sense of that, and how do they pick the award?
So the award's pretty much someone who kind of has roots in the Duroc award and has shown Durocs before. I've personally shown them for all 8 years that I've been in 4-H, and I just have a deep love for them. And I used mine for showmanship, and she did really well this year.
And so tell us a little bit about that love of the breed, because if you've never shown, it's really easy to fall in love with a particular breed of animal. So where does that love come from for you?
So mine has been, ever since I was a little girl, I've always seen Durocs around at the barn that I keep my animals at. And I've just had a deep love for them. I bonded as a little child, and now it's just followed me throughout my whole 4-H career.
And so you obviously, in order to win the award, you have to have a good hog. And so what do you love about your pig, and what are some things you might change about it?
So I love how sweet she is. She loves getting treats and everything. One thing I would change is probably her sense of biting sometimes. She can get a little mean with that. But other than that, she's been a really good pig for me.
I've always said Durocs walk around like they think they're better than everybody else.
Yes, but they also have a sweetheart. I feel like they always want to eat and they always want to do good for you.
They really do. If you treat them well, they respect you, and they really are a
100%.
special animal. So, Caroline, congratulations on your win.
Thank you.
Thank you for representing our breed and our fair so very well.
Thank you.
You know, like we talked, one that's good and fresh, maybe just needs a little more bone, but I think he's the second best one out here. Congratulations.
We would like to congratulate our champion Hereford Market Hog, Haley Bittinger, and our reserve champion Market Hog was exhibited by Emma Harrison. Our next breed to enter the ring will be our Poland class. We have a single entry in our Poland division. This is Elena Enoff, and she's exhibiting a Poland weighing 269. This trophy was donated by Hickory Hollow Ag, Chris and Brian Lease. Again, if you are exhibiting spot market hogs, if you are exhibiting spot market hogs, you need to be in your pens at this time.
Young lady brings us a single entry in our Poland division, so she's going to be our class winner and our champion, and a really nice one that has got some pliability, got some muscle and some shape, and the one that's still square underneath of his skeleton. Really nice single entry for that young lady. Give her a round of applause for being our champion Poland.
Congratulations, Elena, for exhibiting your champion Poland market hog. We are now moving into our spot division. Spot class 31 is entering the ring. We have 3 exhibitors in this class: Brooke Friedel, Ryan O'Meara, and Chase Green. Spots in this class range in weight from 250, 247 to 252. There has been a cell phone turned in at the announcer stand. It has a speckled, almost cheetah print phone case. It was on the bleachers. Exhibitors who have completed showing their pigs and would like to nominate for the sale, Miss Vicky and a committee member is sitting at one of Tubby's picnic tables behind me. You must nominate your pigs by a half an hour after the show. Again, pigs must be nominated tonight for the sale.
Really good set of spots to start off this division, and I think the young man's barrow is the place to land. I really like that one in terms of squareness and flexibility, and then just really fresh in terms of his presentation. I think his build's right, he's got plenty of shape, and he's loose and flexible to go with it. The young man that's going to be second, I like the proportions of that barrow. He's got a big forearm, he's stout in terms of his structure, maybe one whose presentation just detracts from his overall look a little bit, but a good stout, shapely kind of a pig to sit there in second. And the young lady that rounds off our class brings us the biggest scaled hog of the class, tall-shouldered, long-bodied, one that's just too flat in her rib cage and needs more shape up high. Give all of them a round of applause for bringing us a good set of spots.
Results of Class 31 spot market hogs. First, congratulations, Chase Green. Second, to Ryan O'Meara. And third, to Brooke Friedel.
We're going to keep celebrating the Duroc breed here for a second, and we have our grand champion Duroc exhibitor, Caleb Chamberlain, with us. And so, Caleb, we're going to start with congratulations on winning a very deep pool of Duroc pigs here at County Fair.
Yeah, so the Duroc breed here is definitely the most popular, and we had 40 head in that breed alone. And so most of the other county fairs in this state don't even have 40 purebreds alone, and our county fair has always been a deep Duroc show and one of the most popular breeds in the state.
And so the judge really had a lot of nice things to say about your pig. So what were some of the things the judge loved about your pig, and then what's one thing you might change about it to make it even stronger?
So my barrow offers a lot of cool pieces in terms of that. He's really big backed and opened up and shape on the top side of his skeleton. He's big body and has a big rib cage. And then either ends, he's big chested and big hipped. And then as I drive him, he still offers enough flexibility in terms of his framework and his skeleton. One thing I like to change about him is maybe give him a little bit of a bigger foot and leg. He's not the stoutest thing in the world, but in terms of like some cross spread features, but I'm just really happy how he did and see how he does in the Grand Drive.
And so you're an accomplished showman and have been involved in breeding in a lot of ways too. And so the Duroc breed really has developed around here. And so speak a little bit about your own passion for the Duroc breed and sort of why Durocs are so popular and so meaningful here in Carroll County.
So what Durocs mean to me is they've always been my bread and butter. I mean, my first year I showed, I used a little Duroc for showmanship and was junior champion with him when I was only like 8 years old. So that's always been my, my sidekick is Durocs. And I've had the ability to breed them and work for a breeder locally for the past few years and grown to love the breed more. And Durocs are real popular breed. They're more the terminal breed. So a lot of your average pork chop bacon will come from a Duroc boar. So the father of most of the pork that you're eating comes from Durocs actually.
And so you've had something to do with encouraging other 4-H'ers to show Durocs as well. Like, talk a little bit about that.
So I believe Durocs are the best showmanship breed. Their temperament super chill and relaxed. They're fast growing, so they're easy to make weight and stay on feed. And it's a really diverse breed. Most breeds that kind of aren't as diverse in terms of types and kinds, but Durocs, there's so many bloodlines and so many varieties that makes it really diverse and a really fun breed to play around in, to try and make the best one that you can.
Yeah. Well, you certainly brought a special one, again, in a very deep Duroc class, and so you've got some work to do ahead of you. We'll see you in the Grand Champion Drive.
Thank you.
Another good class in our spotted division, and the young ladies guild out here in the middle we're going to use is very, very good. I like the squareness of that one. I think she's elite in terms of her build from the side. I love her proportionality. I think that one's got a lot of neat things about her, and I'm excited to see that one later on in our breed champion drive. And then I think it gets a little tighter for second. I'm going to go ahead and land on the young ladies to my left. I really like the build of that one, the angle to that one's blade, the flexibility out of his hip and hind leg. He's just too flat in his rib cage for me compared to our class winner, but a really good built barrow to sit there in second. The young man that's going to come in third, I think that one's shapelier than the one in second. Got more topside dimension, got more hip and stifle when he goes away from us. But I think for me, one that's a little shorter in that hip and a little tighter out of that rear leg build and a little more ticked forward in the angle to her front skeleton as well. Good trio of them at the top of this lineup. The young lady that comes out next brings us the really wide, really bold one. Got a lot of muscle in this hog. I think one that's just a little bit shorter and earlier in her maturity pattern, a little bit shorter and plainer about his head. One for me that just needs to be more youthful in his look to move up. The young lady that rounds off our class has the inverse of the one ahead of her. I think a really tall-shouldered, long-bodied kind of a gilt. One for me that's just a little bit flatter in that rib cage and needs a little more overall dimension. Go ahead and give them all a round of applause for bringing us another nice set of spots.
Results of Class 32 spot market hogs. First was awarded to Madison Laney, second to Aubrey Fair, third to Caleb Vance, fourth to Aubrey O'Meara, and fifth to Amelia Nevius. Reading down the program, 4, 5, 3, 1, and 2. Into the ring at this time, we're bringing Class 33 spot market hogs. We have 5 entries in this class, including the following exhibitors: Braylee Lease, Audrey Arbaugh, Charlie Weaver, Charlie Snyder, and Chase Lease.
Another good class of spots, and I think the young man's barrow rise is relatively easy for me. I think a big-chested, big-centered kind of a hog, that's good on his feet and legs. I think that's important. I think he puts the most positives together. He's wide, he's flexible, and he's got a big rib cage laid into him. The young man that's going to be second with that one that's got a little more wide on him, I think a barrow that the longer that hog drove out here, the more I started to like him. I think a pig that definitely needs a shot of muscle in him, but I think a hog that's built exceptionally well, one that's loose, one that's flexible, and one that's got a good look to him when he gets his head up. The young lady's gilt that's going to be third, I think a stout, heavy muscled one that's a little tighter in terms of her structure and a little coarser there in her ham-loin junction. The young lady that comes out next brings us a good practical kind of a pig, big in her outline. I think a hog that's just a little too flat and plain, but I love how much bone that one's got laid underneath of his skeleton. And then the young man that rounds off our class probably brings us the most productive hog of the drive. Big center, good easy feeding kind of a pig. One that's just too narrow in his chest and frail in his bone work. But again, congratulations to all of them, another good set of them.
We would like to congratulate the following exhibitors from Class 33. Congratulations. First was awarded to Charlie Weaver, second to Charlie Schneider, third to Braley Lease, and fourth to Audrey Arbaugh, fifth to Chase Lease. If you're reading down the program, 34125. Attention breed champion exhibitors. Attention breed champion exhibitors. If you would like to meet Mr. Sam at the backdrop for a podcast, you are welcome to join him there. Mr. Sam is doing podcasts for champion breed exhibitors at the backdrop. You're welcome to come on down and have a podcast.
Smaller class in terms of numbers, but I think our class winner in here is very good. That one's wide and flexible. She's giving that young lady a hard time, but that's a big rib cage and a big back laid into that one, and a really stout hip and a flexible hind leg. Congratulations. As we get into our second and third, I think it gets a little closer. I'm going to opt on the young lady in the middle. I think that one's got more topside mass and shape. He's definitely got a bigger hip laid into him. And I was sure we'd like to fix his structure. He's 2 rocks forward in the angle to his blade and too short and tight out of his hip. But I think our third place barrow's got some similar problems. He's a little lower fronted and a little softer on those front feet. And then he's also a little lighter muscled than the one in second. But a good class of them all the way through. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
We would like to congratulate exhibitors in Class 34 Spot Market Hogs. First was awarded to Aubrey Laney, second to Eliza Hockhauser, and third to Riley Fryman. Reading down your program, 312. Entering the ring is our last class of Spot Market Hogs, Class 35. 2 entries, Audrey Hockhauser and Ava Brown. Pigs are weighing 291 and 293 respectfully.
Good pair of heavyweights out here, and I think the young lady's kind of more predominantly white one is the place to land. He's a little tender-footed and a little bowed out in his hock, but I think a big-chested, big-centered kind of a barrow that's got a big top plate in him and a big hip when we leave him from behind. I think he's a nice barrow that's got a few structural things we need to fix a little bit. The young lady's barrow that comes in second, he's better there. He's more elevated in his pasterns. He's looser out of his hind leg. He's squarer and more inside of his body, but he is narrower gauged and he's too flat in his rib cage. And I think he's a pig that's pushing some excess fat cover as well. Again, give them all a round of applause. I'm excited to select our champion spot.
Results of Class 35, congratulations to Ava Brown, and second was awarded to Audrey Hawkeiser. We're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion spot market hog. Those trophies are donated respectfully by Hickory Hollow Ag, Chris and Brian Lease, and your reserve is donated by Hickory Hollow Farm, Chris and Megan Weaver. Entering the ring, we have Ava Brown. This pig is weighing 293 and has stage fright. Entering the ring now, we have Charlie Weaver. His pig is weighing 274. All spot market hogs don't want to go back in the ring. Chase Green is next out. His market hog is weighing 252. Madison Laney enters. Her market hog is weighing 264. Audrey Laney is entering with a market hog weighing 281. Please put your hands together for all our spot champion exhibitors.
Put your hands together for an excellent set of spot exhibitors. Again, I think that our class winners represent their particular groups extremely well, but there's one for me out here that just comes together in such a nice package, has the right kind of width and shape and build that we need for a show pig. I'm going to go out and shake the hand of your champion. It's one I like a bunch. Again, congratulations, and give all of them a round of applause.
Congratulations, Madison Laney, for exhibiting your champion spot market hog. We're going to be bringing Aubrey Fair back in with a spot weighing 269. We are looking for all Tamworth and Yorkshire exhibitors to their pens. Tamworth and Yorkshire exhibitors to your pens.
The young lady brings our second in here, and a bear we talked in class that was really good in terms of his basic build. He's flexible, he's loose, fits right into this drive exceptionally well. There's one that's being a knucklehead down there that I think's really nice. The young lady with the big dark gilt will be our reserve. Congratulations.
Results of your champion spot division is as follows. Congratulations to Madison Laney on exhibiting your champion spot, and congratulations to Aubrey Laney for exhibiting your reserve champion spot. We are moving on to our Tamworth division. Class 38 has the following 3 exhibitors: Ryan Bauerlein, Jensen Wagner, and Wyatt Rashi.
We're moving through our purebred show really well, and I have a really special exhibitor here, the grand champion exhibitor of the Hereford breed, Haley Bittinger, and Haley came over with the biggest smile on her face. So, Haley, you're clearly excited, so let us all extend to you congratulations.
Thank you.
How are you feeling?
I'm very excited, especially it being my last year and winning this banner. It means a lot to me.
And that's exactly it. Last year 4-H'er winning their first banner. So
Yep.
we wanted to make sure everybody got to see your banner, show it off for everyone. And so tell us a little bit about the Hereford breed and why you show Herefords.
Yeah, I've been showing Hereford breed since I've been about 8 years old, since I started showing. And I honestly couldn't have done it without the show. They're who I buy my pigs from every year, and just the community that surrounds is honestly amazing, between my parents and my grandparents helping me with everything.
So, and that's one of the things we talk about here at the fair all the time, is that it really does take a community of people to bring these animals here. And so we're really grateful for your family and supporting you. But talk about your relationship with a breeder. What does that look like? Like, what kind of help you?
I mean, they honestly do everything between buying food from them, and they come out, clip my hogs, just the relationship community of the Carroll County 4-H fair and other fairs and stuff like that. So it's really sweet.
So where is this banner going in your house? Good for you. So, Haley, first of all, congratulations, not only on your first banner, but on a very accomplished 4-H career.
Thank you.
Thanks for chatting with us a little bit, and good luck in the Grand Champion Drive.
Thank you so much.
In terms of scale, but I think a pig that comes at me a little too narrow in his chest would just like to crack him open there to get him up with that class winner. The young man that rounds off our class brings us a pig that's really big in terms of his hip. I think one that's just a little bit frailer in terms of his structure, and one that's a little bit tougher to get a look at times. But again, congratulations on a nice way to start our Tamworth show.
Results of your Tamworth Class 38. First was awarded to Wyatt Rashi, second to Jensen Wagner, third to Ryan Bauerlein. In the ring now, we have Cora Guyman, Harper McGrath, Elena Enoff, and Delilah Barber. Pigs are weighing 276 to 293.
Another good class at Tamworth, and this young ladies that we're going to lead with is very, very good. I love this pig's proportions and flexibility. Is he the stoutest in terms of his foot? No, but when we look at the rest of the package, that's a tall-shouldered, good-looking one that's put together the right way and is still wide and got some shape at the top side of his skeleton. That's a really good place to land in this Tamworth drive. Young lady that's going to be second is one that I really like in terms of length of body and rib cage and stoutness. One for me that's just getting a little crusty there at the top of his blade, just a little plainer there, a little more mature in his look, but a really nice pig there to sit in second. Young lady over here to my right that's going to be third, I think one that's probably the biggest outlined one in here, the shapeliest down his top, one that's got a lot of dimension, a really good market hog. For me, just too dried out in that rib cage and a little plainer in her design. And the young lady that rounds off our class brings us a good pliable barrow that's just a little bit flatter in the seat of his pants, but a good class all the way through, some nice Tamworths. Give them all a round of applause.
Results of Class 39 is as follows. Congratulations, Harper McGrath was first, Cora Guyman second, Elena Enoff third, and Delilah Barber fourth. We're now going to select your champion Tamworth and reserve champion Tamworth. These trophies are donated by Hickory Hollow Ag, Chris and Brian Lease, and Hickory Hollow Farms, Chris and Megan Weaver. In the ring, we have Ryan Rashi. His pig is weighing 254, and Harper McGrath, her pig is weighing 278.
You know, we joke that the county that I'm from back in Indiana is the Tamworth capital of the world. Tamworth Gilt actually just won Supreme Gilt at our county fair a couple weeks ago, but we got a lot of good Tamworth breeders in our county, which isn't something that a lot of folks can say, but we've seen a lot of good ones. There's been a lot of state fair champions come out of there. And it's always kind of a fun breed to evaluate and see how far they've come as a breed in the last 10 to 15 years. That being said, I think there's a really nice one out here. Like we said, he's not the stoutest in terms of his bone, but everything else fits together extremely well. The young lady out of our second class will be our champion.
And we're bringing Cora Guyman back out. Her Tamworth weighed in at 276.
Young lady drops her second out here, and I think he fits in well with our other class winner. Both of them are really similar in type. They're good in terms of their body length, they're wide, they're stout. But for me, I think the young man's comes in a fresher package. He'll come be your reserve champion.
Results of your Tamworth division. Congratulations, Harper McGrath. Champion and reserve was Wyatt Rashi. We're now into our Yorkshire division. This first Yorkshire class has two, Kevin Kidwell and Wyatt Zilka. Pigs are weighing 240 and 248 respectfully.
Good pair of Yorkshires to get us started. The young man over here to my right is going to be our class champion. I think one that's really nice in terms of height, the shoulder extension up front, and then being loose and flexible in terms of her skeleton. And then where she directly beats the one in second is I think she's fresher in terms of her condition, and she's wider and more genuine in terms of her chest. The young man that comes out next brings us one that's very good in terms of his proportions. I like the body length in that barrel. I think for me, one that's just a little bit quicker in terms of his type and a little bit closed up and flat in his forearm. But a good pair of them. Give them a big congratulations.
Results of Class 42, Yorkshire Market Hogs. First was awarded to Gavin Kidwell, second to Wyatt Zilka. I need the following class is Class 43, Easton Smith, Riley Dell, Abigail Shields. Pigs weigh 252 to 259. I need the following exhibitors to come here next to me at the announcer stand. Caleb Chamberlain, Lucy Flynn, Graham Hester, and Kylie Medlin. Again, I need the following 4 exhibitors to come here to the side at the announcer stand. Caleb Chamberlain, Lucy Flynn, Graham Hester, Kylie Medlin. Additionally, if you are a division champion, if you want to stop over and see Mr. Sam and do a podcast, we'd appreciate it.
Interesting class of Yorkshires as we get into our second. I think the young ladies comes to us in the best package. He's good in terms of his body length and proportions. He's really good and flexible in terms of his build. I'd like to stouten his structure up a little bit, but I think that's a good basics kind of a market hog that's sound, flexible, and wide built. The young lady that's going to come in second matches our class winner in terms of hip and hind leg flexibility. I like the rib cage laid into that one and the dimension up high. I think for me, just a lower fronted kind of a pig that's plainer in terms of his neck and jowl. And the young man that rounds off our class, I thought that was going to be our class winner the second he stepped out of the gate. I love that one's proportions. He's tall-shouldered, he's big forearmed and chested, but he looks like he's sustained an injury at some point to his right rear leg, and he's just pushing that hawk way too outside for me today. But again, congratulations on a really good trio of them with some differences.
Results of Class 43, congratulations. Riley Dell was first, Abigail Shields second, Easton Smith third. Into the ring at this time, we're bringing the following Yorkshire exhibitors: Jack Zilka, Mason Spielman, Nora Bechtel, and Charlie Weaver. Pigs in this class are weighing 270 to 273 pounds.
really good class of Yorkshires, and you know, as they continued to come out, the first one came out, and I said that's probably my class winner. And as we continue to go down the line, I think they end up sorting themselves out, but I think that there's 4 really good pigs in this class, and we're going to talk about the differences in them. I think that the young man's out here in the middle kind of exemplifies what we're looking for with a modern day show pig, kind of that chubby athlete. You know, that one's got a big rib cage laid into him. His proportions are very good. His hip and hind leg can motor for days. I think that's a very nice Yorkshire barrow. We can maybe clean him up a little bit in terms of his jowl and maybe jack his head a little higher up on the top of his blade, but that's being really picky for a wide, bold-bodied one that's got a really good hip and hind leg that can motor. The young lady's gilt that's going to be in second, I think, is one that attaches her neck a little higher onto the top of her blade. She's a little cleaner there at the base of her jowl. I think for me, one, she's just not as extreme in terms of her fore-rib cage and her proportions. She's a little longer bodied than I'd like to see, but I think 2 very nice ones at the top of this lineup. The young man's, as far as from a breeding piece goes, I think is really interesting, and I know this is a market show, but she is a female. That one's hip and hind leg is very, very good. She's long hip, extremely flexible, and one that could motor for days. For me, she's just a little lower fronted, not as attractive in her front end skeleton as those top 2. And the young man that rounds off our class brings us another one that's really neat ahead of her blade, good and shapely up high. For me, just one that gets a little shorter in that hip and a little tighter out of her hock. But that's 4 really good Yorkshires that could all stand some competition, and we get them all into different classes, and maybe they're all class winners. Again, a very good class. Congratulations.
Into the ring at this time, we are going to select your champion Yorkshire Market Hog. From Class 1, we have Gavin Kidwell. This York weighed in at 240 pounds. Representing Class 43 is Miss Riley Dell with a Market Hog weighing 254. And Mason Spielman is representing Class 44 with a Market Hog weighing 270 pounds. In your last class, Mason Spielman was first, Nora Bechtel second, Charlie Weaver third, and Jack Zilka fourth. Champion trophy donated by Hickory Hollow Ag, Chris Weaver and Brian Lease. Reserve trophy donated by Hickory Hollow Farm, Chris and Megan Weaver. At the conclusion of our champion division, we will have a special memorial award presented by Frank Fieser's family. We've been giving this for 8 years now. Oh my gosh. 8 years. We've been presenting the Frank Fieser Memorial Award. Past winners included Allison Stoner, Allison Schultz, Caleb Chamberlain, and Andrew Natz.
Put your hands together for a really good Yorkshire show that didn't have the most numbers, but a lot of quality. I think we've got 3 really nice ones out here that fit the mold of what we're looking for. And there's a few differences in type, but for me, there's still one of them that's just so good and dense in terms of his skeleton and so flexible as he drives. The young man out of our final class will be our champion. Congratulations.
The live mic, okay?
We'll have Nora Bechtel return to the ring with her Yorkshire weighing 270. Congratulations to Mason Spielman.
We dropped that second out of that really tough class in here, and I think she fits right in. You know, that one's bold, that one's stout, she's flexible. One that really rivaled our class winner hard. And I do want to give a honorable mention to the young lady out of our second class. I think one that with a little more bone could push pretty hard, but our second out of our final class will be our reserve. Congratulations.
Results of your Yorkshire Champion Drive. Congratulations to Mason Spielman, champion, and your reserve is Nora Bechtel. Here is Miss Julie Fieser with the Frank Fieser Memorial Award.
Is it on? Is it on? Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm glad to be here this evening. I can't believe it's been 8 years that we've presented this award in memory of Frank. Frank grew up in Carroll County. He started in Tawnytown as a pig showman. He loved pigs. Anybody that came in contact with him learned something about pigs. These four here represent Carroll County at its best. We have a couple that have graduated into the program, and they're going to go out and spread their wings and teach other people like Frank did, and maybe come back and help like they've been helping this year. The two younger ones, this is the first year that they've actually, well, maybe a couple of them has actually been eligible for this. And we're glad that they're here. And I had a lot more I wanted to say, but I just can't get it out. Frank's family is here to help me present this award. For this year, it'll be $1,000, and it is something that you can get more than once. It consists of 5 components: showing a market pig or a breeding animal, showmanship, judging, livestock judging, public speaking or demonstration, and the skill-a-thon. I want to thank all of those people that are involved in all those committees that put all those contests on, because without you as a volunteer, these kids wouldn't have this opportunity. Our volunteers are very important in Carroll County, and I want everybody to give them a big hand right now. So this year, I'd like for you to introduce yourself and just say a word or two.
Good evening, everybody. My name's Kylie Medlin. I'm 19. This is unfortunately my last year showing at the Carroll County Fair, but I'm excited because it's also the mark of a new beginning. I'm moving 16 hours away to Miami, Oklahoma on Saturday, right after the sale, to study animal nutrition and ag communications, and also be a part of the livestock judging team at Northeastern Oklahoma A&M.
My name's Lucy Flynn, and I'm 12 years old. I show Durocs, I do livestock judging, skill-a-thon, and I show Hereford steers, and this is my first year being an intermediate.
I'm Graham Hester. I'm 12 years old. This is my first year being an intermediate. I livestock judge, I do skill-a-thon, I do Durocs and cattle, and I'm hoping to be just as good as the people that have taught me such good things.
Hello, everybody. My name's Caleb Chamberlain. I've been showing pigs for 9 years now. I'll be moving out to Hutchinson, Kansas, to compete on the Hutchinson livestock judging team on Sunday. I'll be out there, and I've been I've helped coach the livestock judging team this year and have judged through the program the past few years, and will be on the skill-a-thon team this fall for the state as well.
I know Frank would be very proud of all of you. But this year's winner, we'd like to present to Caleb Chamberlain. Congratulations.
Stand here.
Yeah, that's right.
I'll give you two.
They can have that microphone.
and I can do it, and it gets harder.
There it goes.
Perfect timing. Look, I just got back from the bathroom. Welcome back to our show. We are in the lightweight crossbred market hog, class 47. We have 7 entries with weights ranging between 241 and 244. Exhibitors include Haley Becker, Jaden Fieser Favorite, Sienna Sanat, Ella Fritz, Madison Laney, Mackenzie Reese, and Whit Petrie. All lightweight crossbred market hog exhibitors should be in their pens at this time. Again, lightweight market hog exhibitors in your pens at this time.
Going to be a lot of fun as we get into crossbreds here. If these are just the lightweights, I think all 3 of these at the top end of this class are very, very good, and they've got class-leading advantages. But I think the young lady's belted one puts the most good together. I like the proportion. I like the proportions of that one from the side. I like her rib cage that she's got laid into her, and I think she comes to us in the best show pig package. She's sound, she's flexible, but I think that one's a nice place to land. And then I think we've got some decisions to make between second and third, and I'm going to land on the out there pieces of the young ladies, kind of black hipped gilt there. That one's got a stout skull and a really neat jaw. That one's really heavy structured, and if we just look at her on the profile, she's probably our class winner. For me, when she drives away, she wants to push out in that hawk too much, and that's what's going to keep her second. The young man's blue mask gilt that just exited the ring there, that one's really tall-shouldered and neat to look at. For me, compared to those top two, though, just open in her chest a little more. She's a little dried out in terms of her rib cage. Three really good ones at the top of this lineup. Young lady's blue-eyed one that comes out next. Again, one that's tall-shouldered. I really like the squareness of this one's hind leg. I think for me, one that's just too narrow-gauged. We need to open that one up and make her bolder in her rib cage. Young man's belted gilt that comes out next. That one's really practical, loose, flexible, big-bodied. One for me that's just too plain to look at when we study her head and neck compared to those three ahead of him or four ahead of him. And then we'll bring both of these at the bottom of the class out together because I think they're two peas in a pod. I wouldn't be surprised if they're litter mates. They're marked the same. They're both really wide. They're both really heavy muscled. I think for me, they've got to go better out of their hip and hind leg. I think the one on the left does that a little bit better, and I think he comes with a little more muscle shape. Again, congratulations. A really good class all the way through with some neat pieces.
Results of Class 47 is as follows. Congratulations, Madison Laney, first. Haley Becker, second. Whit Petrie, third. Sienna Sanat, fourth. Jaden Fieser Favorite, fifth. Ella Fritz, sixth. And seventh, Mackenzie Reese. If you're reading down your program, scratch 2, 5, 4, 6, 1, 7, and 3. Into the ring comes Class 48 lightweight crossbred market hogs. Exhibitors include Mackenzie Weaver, Reagan Fieser Favorite, Abigail Schindler, Estella Gover, Luke Miller, Ryan O'Meara, David Guyman, Lane Miller, and John Moscow. Pigs in this class weigh 245 to 248.
Another really good class of crossbreds, and the young ladies, calico belted one there is the place to go. I think that one's really neat just in terms of the way he comes together from the side. His proportions are good. He's wide. He's got some shape. I think he's an easy place to land. And then we got to start making some decisions as we get on down through this class. And I think the young man's solid black barrel comes in second, the nicest. I think just in terms of show pig look, his proportions are good. He runs uphill to a tall shoulder. And then specifically, he's more flexible than the gilt that's going to be in third. The gilt that's going to come in third, really busted open. I love her shape up high, really stout in terms of her head and feature. For me, that one just starts to get outside of herself too much on her rear leg, and that's why she needs to stay in third. The young man that's going to come out next, I think that one's a little squarer than the one ahead of him. I think for me, that one's really neat about her head and really shapely up high. I just wish she matched her stoutness of skull with some more bone down at the ground. I'd like to give her a bigger foot and ankle as she goes away. Young lady that comes out next brings us a really neat built one. Tall-shouldered, really sound, really flexible. Maybe one of the squarest of our top five. For me, that one's just too narrow in her chest and too flat in her rib cage to move up. The young man comes out with one that's a little different breed composition than everything else, but I think he's done an excellent job getting this gilt ready this summer. She's tall-fronted, she's really shapely up high, she's stout out of her hip. I think she just falls out a little bit in terms of show pig look compared to the ones ahead of her. Young man with the black kind of level-eared one that comes out next. I like the basics of this one. He's sound, he's flexible when he drives away, good and pliable about his center. Just a little too plain in his shape up high. Would like to make him more crisp and more descript down his top line. The young man that comes out next, kind of the same story. That one's stout structured and good and flexible, just a little too dried out in that rib cage and a little plainer in her design. And the young ladies bear that rounds off our class, a big scaled kind of a hog that's good out of his rear leg. For me, he just needs more muscle in the seat of his pants and needs to be bolder in his rib cage. Good class of them all the way through. These crossbreds just keep getting better. Congratulations.
So, results of Class 48 lightweight crossbred market hogs. First was awarded to Estella Gover, second Elaine Miller, third to Mackenzie Weaver, fourth to Abigail Schindler. Fifth to Abigail Schindler, sixth to David Guyman, seventh to Luke Miller, eighth to Ryan O'Meara. In the ring at this time, we have Class 49. We have 8 entries in this class, including exhibitor Brooks Turner, Davis Fogel, Elizabeth Coppersmith, Kylie Medlin, McKenna Henley, Blake Stamball, Jack Zilka, and Cadence Hoy. At the conclusion of this class, we will be selecting your champion and reserve champion lightweights.
Guys, I think the top three in this class are all very, very good, but I think the young lady's white barrel just brings the most good together. I really like his elevation up front. He really goes from his hip to his blade, runs straight uphill. He's really neat to look at. He's probably the frailest in terms of his foot and ankle of these top three, but I think in terms of freshness and look and build and design, and then his ability to motor the ring, I think that's where he excels this particular lineup. The young lady's belted gilt that comes out in next. If you're looking for a breeding gilt, there's one really stout and mean about her skull and mug. I think that one's jaw is extremely neat. They're awesome hind leg that's so exceptionally big. I like the foot and reach that one's got out of her rear leg. Probably doesn't come together in just as much of a show pig package as that class winner. A little longer bodied, one that's not near as fresh there at the bottom side of her rib cage, but one I think's got some awful neat pieces to breed upon if you decide to take that one home. And then the young man's kind of tri-colored calico out here in the middle. I think that one's really interesting, and he's giving that young man a hard time, and if we could get out and get him drove, I think that's one that maybe could win this class. He's got a huge rear leg. It looks like he's got a neat build from the side. I think one that's maybe a little bit overdone. He's a little plainer there about his neck and jowl, and starting to get a little extra belly there in the center. But I think a big-legged one that's really neat in terms of his build that's just giving that young man a hard time today. Really, really neat top three in that particular class. Young lady that comes out next brings us one that's got an awesome hip and hind leg build. Again, you know, that one could motor all day. I think one that's just a little bit narrower gauged and flatter in her rib cage. Young lady that comes out next, that one's wider than the one in fourth. She's bigger chested, she's bigger ribbed, and she's got more shape down her top. It's just as she drives, she starts to really get outside of herself on her rear too. You see she plants her foot outside of her body wall as she travels the ring. Young lady's solid black one that comes out next. I think from the side, this one's got that basic show pig look, you know, kind of tall shouldered, like her blade angle. I think for me, one that's just too plain in her muscle shape, would like to see more overall mass in that pig. Young man brings us the sandy colored down-eared gilt out next. One that's sound and loose and flexible, just too narrow and frail in terms of her build. And then the young man that rounds off our class brings us a big scaled, tall shoulder dog with a lot of shape, just a little too dried out in terms of his rib cage today. But a good class of them all the way through with an excellent top three in that particular lineup. Congratulations.
Jack, you can come back just yourself. We don't need your pig. Results of our last class is as follows. First was Kylie Medlin. Second was Cadence Hoy. Third was Brooks Turner. Fourth was McKenna Henley. Fifth was Elizabeth Coppersmith. Sixth was Blake Stamball. And seventh was Jack Zilka. Eighth was Davis Fogel.
Go stand in the ring with Elliot.
We would like to announce that Jack Zilka, pig number 4766, was named our rate of gain champion for the 2026 Carroll County Fair. His pig gained 2.4 pounds a day. Put your hands together and congratulate Zach on winning champion rate of gain. We are now going to select our champion lightweight. From class 1 is Madison Laney. That pig weighed 243. From class 48, we have Estella Gover. That pig weighed at 246. And from our last class, class 49, is Kylie Medlin. If you are a middleweight crossbred exhibitor, you need to be in your pens.
Put your hands together for an excellent start to our crossbred show. You know, just like that last class was 3 deep with, you know, a different judge, maybe those 3 go a different way. You know, I think we've had some depth in all these classes, and I'm excited to get into our middle and heavies because this lightweight division is very good. I like all of our class winners out here a good deal, but there's still one for me that sticks out just in terms of having some extra feature, having a bigger foot and stouter bone. The young ladies Calico will be our champion.
We'll bring Lane Miller back into the ring with his second place out of class 48. Lane's pig is going to weigh 247. Your lightweight trophy was donated by K.L. Lemon and Son Hay and Straw. We'd like to congratulate Estella Gover on our champion lightweight.
The young man brings that solid black one out that was second to our champion, and one that fits in here very nice. We like that one's basic build. He runs uphill. You got that show pig look. But there's one for me that followed our class winner, or our champion, extremely close in terms of type, maybe just not as stout in terms of its foot and ankle. The young lady's solid white pig will be our reserve. Congratulations.
Again, results of your lightweight division. Your champion lightweight was exhibited by Estella Gover. Your reserve lightweight was exhibited by Kylie Medlin. That reserve trophy was donated by Larry and Shannon Natz. We're moving into our middleweight crossbred division. We have 9 exhibitors in this class, including Brody Hydorn, Jason Trump, Macy Eves, Wesley Miller, McKenna Henley, Caroline Smith, Lane Bernardi, Lillian Bertier, and Mason Spielman. Weights on these market hogs range from 255 to 257. Attention in the barn, attention in the barn. We need the Blankenships to move their black Ford truck out of the wash rack area. Again, the Blankenships need to move their black Ford truck out of the wash rack area at this time. Thank you.
Guys, I want to preface by saying this class is exceptionally deep. I guess you all saw we pinned about 5 or 6 of them, and then we just brought them all back out because I think the quality in this class is very good. And I think there's some differences to talk about, but I think these two in the middle of the ring and the young man's blue gilt becomes the place to land. She can drive for days. She's sound, she's flexible. I love the way she comes together from the side. And then her rib cage is just so bold and fresh. And then she specifically rolls up more shape at the top side of her skeleton compared to our second. And then when she leaves us going away, she's got more there in the seat of her pants. And that's where our second kind of falls out. The young man's solid white one or blue hipped one there that's going to be second. I love that one's build and flexibility from the profile. That one's design and proportions are awesome. His hip and hind leg has awesome reach. But like we talked about, he's just a little plainer and more nondescript down his top and a little flatter and less shape down in the lower part of his ham. Really good pair of them at the top of that class. Really good ones all the way through. Young lady in third's got the freak. That one's stout skull, big forearm, huge limbs. I think that one's just built truly the widest and most extreme. But usually what we find with extreme ones is they start to have some problems, and that one's a little flatter in terms of her feet, and she's a little plainer and drier there at the base of her rib. That top three is exceptionally different and exceptionally good. Young lady's thin belted one that comes out next. That one just straight off of the profile, very good in terms of her design. I think for me, though, she gets a little flatter in terms of her side, and then she's a little frailer in terms of her feature compared to the top end, and like our third place, that one's getting a little lower on her pasterns as well. Young lady that's going to come out in third, I love this one on the profile, really neat in the way her head comes out of her blade. I think for me as she drives away, though, that one's starting to push outside of her skeleton. She's just a little tighter off of those rear two than our top end. But another one that's really neat on the profile. The young man's got a barrow that I remember from showmanship yesterday, and I didn't know he was going to get hammered in this hard of a class. I think a pig that's got a really good fresh topside shape. There's a big hip laid into that pig. I think one that's just a little frailer about his skull, a little frailer in his features, and a little chuffier there about his neck, but a really good barrow to sit that low in this class. Same can be said about the young lady that comes out next. That one's got a big chest and a neat forearm. He's just way too far outside of himself as he drives away. Young man's blue belted pig that comes out next, really bold and practical kind of a barrow. Just a little plainer when we get ahead of his blade, a little narrower in his chest and flatter in his forearm. And the barrow that rounds off our class, one that's big and growthy, I think for me, again, one that's just a little bit flatter about his side and a little more general in his build. Again, an excellent, excellent class. I hope I accurately portrayed my thoughts to you because that one's really deep, and I would say several of those exhibitors came thinking of a banner this week. But again, congratulations on an excellent, excellent class.
We'd like to take this opportunity to congratulate our exhibitors in Class 52. First was awarded to Mason Spielman, second to Brody Hydorn, third to Macy Eves, fourth to Lillian Bertier, fifth to Caroline Smith, sixth to Lane Bernardi, seventh to McKenna Henley, eighth to Jason Trump, and ninth to Wesley Miller. Into the ring at this time, we have Class 53 middleweight crossbred market hogs. We have the following exhibitors: Jacob Fink, Audrey Miller, Avery Becker, Brooke Friedel, Emily Fritz, Estella Dover, and Mackenzie Reese. These 7 hogs are weighing 259 to 261.
Good evening, and we're into our crossbreds, but I wanted to talk to a special person here at our pig show, our 2026 Carroll County Mr. 4-H, Wyatt Zilka, who's a pig exhibitor while also trying to be Mr. 4-H tonight. So, Wyatt, thanks for stopping by, and first of all, tell us, how did you do this evening at the pig show?
I did pretty good. I was pretty happy with what I got. With my first bird, I showed in Class 5, I got second. Out of, I think it was around 7 people in my class. And then I had a York that I also got second in my class. And then I had my brother who showed his pig, and his won champion rated gain with 2.4 pounds a day, which is pretty awesome.
I'm glad you brought that up. Let's talk about that pig. Did that thing grow as fast as it sounds like it grew?
No, I was not expecting to make weight for county fair. It was 48 pounds at weigh-in. Now it's like 248 pounds. It was insane how much that grew. I was not expecting that at all. And we weren't even pushing it at all. We barely pushed that pig.
2 pounds rate of gain is an insane rate of gain. So
yeah.
Y'all were doing something right in the barn.
I think it was all pig. It was all a pig.
So Wednesday night is one of my favorite nights at the fair, not only because we got the swine show going on, but up the hill we also have the cake auction, and you've got responsibilities there. So Talk a little bit about your responsibilities to try to run back and forth and to do 2 things at once.
Yeah. So we gotta go head up to the cake auction. I'm taking pictures with all the people who sell their cakes at the cake auction. I was up there before the show started, came back down, showed my bird, went back up there, put my suit on, took a couple of pictures of the people, came back down, showed my York, and I'm about to go back up there to help finish out the grand drive and the rest of the cake auction.
Did you say you have a suit for up there?
Yeah.
You absolutely should have brought the suit down here to the pig show. But we'll talk about that somewhere else.
Should have.
But talk a little bit about your responsibilities as Mr. 4-H. I mean, obviously everybody sees you in a green shirt. You're an accomplished 4-H'er. Kind of what's your role here at the fair in representing 4-H?
Yeah. I do a lot, mostly helping events. I help judge Clover events. I was out helping Children's Day, have the kids a good time running games and stuff like that. I was helping prepare for the cake auction. Till probably 3, I was helping with cake setup, and then I had to go wash pigs. So I haven't really stopped today, or most days I haven't stopped. It's just been go, help work at the fair, do as much as I can to help support and grow the fair, make it good, much fun as I can.
Well, and you've been a wonderful representation of what a 4-H is all about, and I know you're working hard. You got to be sweaty. It's a long night ahead of you. But thanks so much for stopping by, and best of luck tonight.
Thank you, Mother. I really appreciate it.
Specifically out of his front end, then he's better on his pasterns. Now a barrow that we'd like to crack open a little bit in his chest, give him a little bigger foot and a little stouter bone, but I think a barrow that comes together extremely nice. He's flexible and he drives, and that's where he wins this particular class. Young lady's blue mask barrow that comes out next. He's kind of got that right the right proportions, you know, the right moderation and proportionality. I think a barrow for me, though, that's just too down on those front feet. They're a little tender, it looks like, and bothering him today. A barrow that just needs to get out and drive a little better compared to our class winner, but a nice pair at the top of this particular lineup. Young lady that comes out next brings us a really wide, stout one. That one's got a big chest with a lot of shape, rolled up out high. For me, just a little drier in terms of that rib cage, and also one to get outside of herself a little bit on her rear leg, but a really nice one to sit there in third. Young lady's thin belted one that's coming out next. That one's wide, bold-bodied, and pliable. For me, just a little frailer in terms of feature and a little more general in the way he's put together, but a nice, wide, productive kind of a barrow. Young lady's solid black one that comes out next. Again, one that's got a tremendous amount of shape up high. We just like to make her rear legs stouter and more flexible for me. And the young lady that comes out next has a big scaled, productive kind of a barrow that's definitely grown well for her. Just a little too plainer in her design and presentation today. And the young man that kind of brings us the Duroc appearing gilt to round off our class, that one's sound and flexible, just too narrow gauge, needs a shot of power all the way through. Congratulations to all of them on another good class.
Results of class 53 is as follows. Congratulations to Estella Gover first, Emily Fritz second, third was awarded to Avery Becker, fourth to Audrey Miller, fifth to Mackenzie Reese, sixth to Brooke Friedel, seventh to Jacob Fink. Reading down your program, 7, 4, 3, 6, 2, 1, and 5. Into the ring at this time, we have the following exhibitors: Atlee Hoy, Colby McGee, Kinley Cagle, Levi Savage, Reagan Feeser Favorite, and Benjamin Fink. These 6 market hogs are weighing 262 to 263 pounds.
Good pair of them at the top of this class, and I know my class winner's got some swollen lymph nodes, and we'd like to clean that lower body up some. But I think a barrow that wins on reach and flexibility. I think one that's got bigger toes and a better spread, and one that's longer out of his hip and more flexible out of his rear leg. He's really neat in terms of the way he comes together from the side. Obviously, we want to clean up that lower body, but I think a barrow that just beats our second on terms of hip length and flexibility and reach. The young lady that's going to come in second, from her hip forward, that one's excellent. Tall-shouldered, really neat looking, and then rolls a tremendous amount of shape up high. That one's been presented and fit on extremely well today. I think for me, though, he's just a little shorter out of his hip. His toes are smaller, and that just retracts from his movement as he drives. I think a pig that's very good, though, if we could rebuild his hip and hind leg assembly. Really good pair at the top of this class. Young lady's Calico that comes out next. I think one that's just past his prime. You know, that one's proportions are good. He's tall-shouldered, and he's got a really loose and flexible rear leg. He's just really stale and chuffy about his head to go with it. One I'd like to clean up there and make him just a little fresher. Young man's red-hipped one that comes out next. That one's got a big hip laid into him. A pig that's got a ton of muscle. One that's just a little plainer and more general in the way he's put together. But again, one that's pliable and soft in terms of his center. The young man's thin-belted one that comes out next. Really big-chested. I love the amount of muscle that hog's got laid into him. For me, we got to clean up that rear leg, getting a little swelling in those joints and getting outside of himself. The young lady that rounds off our class is a long, big-scaled kind of a hog. One for me, though, that just needs to come together with some more show pig attributes, a little stouter in terms of bone, and fix her proportions a bit. But a really good class all the way through. Give them a hand.
We would like to congratulate Levi Savage for his first place in Class 54. Second was awarded to Kinley Cagle, third to Atlee Hoy, fourth to Colby McGee, fifth to Benjamin Fink, and sixth to Reagan Feeser Favorite. If you're reading down your program, 3, 4, 2, 1, 6, scratch, 5. Into the ring at this time, we're bringing Class 55. We have 10 exhibitors in this class. Emma Harrison, Estella Gover, Rosemary Watt, Vivian Hadfield, Andrew Hobbs, Josh Green, Emily O'Meara, Isaac Marble, Charlie Weaver, and Lexi Zepp. These 10 market hogs are weighing between 265 and 269 pounds. We will be selecting your champion and reserve champion middleweight market hog at the conclusion of this class.
Good pair of white ones at the top of this class, and the young ladies just comes to us in a really neat package. I love that one's proportions, the right kind of build and moderation. I would like to fix his front feet. He's a little bit soft on those pasterns. I'd like to pick him up there, but I think one that's excellent in terms of chest, fresh in terms of rib cage and shape up high, and then stout out of her hip, or stout out of his hip. I'm really excited to get that one back in for our champion middleweight drive. Young man's that come out second, again, one that follows our class winner in terms of forearm and stoutness of structure, and I like the way that one comes together from the side. Maybe just a little bit longer and throws off his proportions a bit, and a little rocked forward in the angle to his blade, but a really good pair of them at the top of this class. Young man that comes out in third, this one could drive for days, or actually should be a, yeah. Actually, the young lady's going to be third, one that's busted open in terms of her chest. I like this one's build from the side, probably just one that wants to start to get outside of herself a bit compared to those top two, but a really nice, stout, heavy muscled one to sit there in third. Good job. The young man that's going to come out in fourth, this one could drive for days. I love the hip and hind leg assembly that this one's got. I think for me, when he comes right at me, he's just too narrow in his chest, and that's why he gets a little flatter in his rib cage and plainer up high. Young lady that comes out next brings us another one that's opened up in terms of chest and rib cage, just a little bit rounder in that muscle shape and a little coarser in the way she's put together, getting a little tight off of those rear two as she drives away. The young lady that comes out next is another one that's really loose and flexible. Just need to give that one a shot more bone and make him more genuine in his body shape with more dimension up high. Young lady's Calico that comes out next, another one that's big and shapely. I like the amount of dimension that one's got, just a little frailer and dried out in her body shape. Young man that comes out next brings us one that's got a really stout skull and jaw, one that's got a ton of dimension when she goes away, just getting a little flatter on those front feet and a little tighter off those rear two. Young man's black-headed barrow that comes out next, one that I like the hip and hind leg of, but one that's just too flat in his body shape and a little plainer in the way he's put together. The young lady that rounds off our class, I actually really love the extension of that one. She's a little plainer in her ear set and a little too long in terms of her body width, her body length, kind of throws off her balance a bit. A good class all the way through. Give them all a round of applause.
Results of Class 55 middleweight crossbred market hogs. Congratulations to Estella Gover first, Charlie Weaver second, third was Vivian Hadfield, fourth was Isaac Marble, fifth was Lexi Zepp, sixth was Emma Harrison, seventh Rosemary Watt, 8th, Josh Green, 9th, Andrew Hobbs, and 10th, Emily O'Meara. If you're reading down the program, 6, 1, 7, 3, 9, 8, 10, 4, 2, and 5. In the ring at this time, we have the following exhibitors competing for champion middleweight. Mason Spielman's 52 class winner weighed 257. Estella Gover's class winner out of class 53, which will be driven by Kylie Medlin, is 261 pounds. Levi Savage is your class winner of 54. That pig weighs 262. And from your last class, Estella Gover's pigs weighing in at 265. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together and congratulate all these exhibitors. Heavyweight exhibitors, heavyweight market hog exhibitors, you are needed in your pens at this time or nearby. Heavyweight exhibitors, please make your way to your pins or be close and nearby.
Put your hands together for an excellent middleweight division. Those classes were really deep, and we had that one class that was exceptionally deep. We're 5, 6, 7 in that class. Could have represented it out here in the drive. And I think that one's definitely in contention. It's the blue one and one other one for me. I'll go out and shake the hand of your champion middleweight, and then we'll pick your reserve. But again, congratulations to our middleweight crossbred exhibitors for bringing us just an awesome hammer of a set.
We'd like to congratulate Mason Spielman, and we're looking for Brody Hydorn to return to the ring. Brody's market hog weighs 255. Your champion trophy was donated by Lineborough 4-H. Your reserve trophy will be donated by Kippy's Repair Service, Mr. Kenny Nussbaum.
We drop our second in, and I think one that fits right into the mold. Like we talked in class, we loved that one's proportions. We loved his stoutness and structure. One that needed just a little bit more genuine shape up high and a little more specifically when he's driving away from us. But I think he's certainly in contention. I think for me, there's another one that's just a little longer and looser out of their rear leg assembly. I'll go shake the hand of your reserve champion. Congratulations to all the exhibitors again.
Again, I'd like to congratulate your middleweight champion exhibitor, Mason Spielman. Your reserve middleweight champion was Estella Gover. That pig came out of class 55. We're on to our heavyweights. We're starting with class 58. We have 10 entries in this class, including exhibitors Corey Black, Elena Enoff, Josh Green, Cadence Hoy, Colin Robertson, Rowan Kaiser, Alyssa Spielman, Jace Turfel, Caden Reed, and Kyle Reed.
We're back at the Swine Show, and we've had to double back on an interview because Estella kept winning all the classes. And so we want to congratulate our champion lightweight market hog, Estella Gover. And she brought along her father, Joe Gover. And we'll get to Joe here in a second. But Estella, first of all, congratulations. It has been a good week for you.
Yes, thank you, thank you.
So you were telling me about this little hog, all right, and your mother was kind of going off about it a little bit too. So tell us that conversation as you were coming out of show ring.
So my parents, my mom picked out this pig. The calico, yes, my lightweight. My mom picked out this pig. We had a set of pigs we knew we were getting, and my mom saw this pig. She goes, I don't know, I kind of want him. And he was so ugly when we got him. So ugly. And every time he does go, mom's like, my pig's still winning. My pig won. So it's funny. I used to hate him because he was ugly, and now that he's gotten older, he's matured and looks a lot nicer now.
He's still
a little ugly.
Everything looks a little better when they give you a banner, am I right?
Yeah.
So, but I was standing next to you, and you kept looking for your dad. And we were talking, and you were like, where is he? Like, he's just always here when we're doing pigs. So, Joe, you clearly mean a lot to Estella in the swine department and in this project. So tell us a little bit about what it's like raising a daughter who shows pigs.
Yeah, to have a big bang. It's great. I mean, we have a great time as a family and as groups of families together. I mean, everything's done as a family. It's nothing's really. No one has one single job. Everything is kind of done together. Whether it's like she was saying, my wife and I went to go purchase some pigs, and of course she goes and finds some others while we're there, and everything's done as a family. We do it together, whether we're traveling to shows or jackpots or whatever, or coming here to the local fairs, county fairs, state fairs. It's all done together. So I mean, you spend a lot of hours on the road in a truck and trailer together, so you learn a lot about people.
And so over the course of a couple interviews, we know that Estella's in her last year. And
That's
so
right.
As you think back over being a dad over the
Yes.
last 10 years,
Yeah.
say something about where Estella has come from to the young woman that she is now.
Well, I don't want to, not just her, but all of us together, we came from nowhere. I mean, we didn't know anything about show animals, and we knew about livestock, but we didn't know anything about show animals. And she started off she had just a passion for animals in general. She has chickens, and we have dogs and all kind of other animals.
Sheep and goats and pigs.
Yeah, I mean, but there's other things as well. She has smaller creatures, but she has a tremendous passion for animals, large and small, and that's why she's going to college, and hopefully she can do something with that. I mean, I'm sending her halfway across the country. I hope she does something with it.
And so, and you two have come so far and are just so involved in the fair in a variety of ways. And so, Estella, if you just want to say something about your dad and the role that he plays in getting all these projects done and in the way that he's shaped you in his own unique way.
I think if it weren't for my father being there, pushing me, getting me to every show, helping get my animals here, I wouldn't be standing here doing this interview today. I would be in that show ring showing these pigs. So, we've come a long way from just having some local animals that, did well at the time. I wasn't as competitive to being fortunate enough. Like, I've traveled to national shows and shown these pigs and things. And if it weren't for my father, I would not be where I am today. He's pushed me probably more than most people have.
Well, certainly 4-H is a family fair, and we really appreciate 100%. The two of you coming and sharing a little bit of your relationship. And so I know there's still some more showing to go, so best of luck to you both.
Thank you.
Really good top four at the beginning of this class, and I think the young man's barrow, while we'd like to lift him up a little bit on his pasterns, I still think he's got the most reach of these top three, and then he's the freshest in terms of his head and neck, and turns the most genuine shape down the top side of his skeleton, and then still leaves us with a big square hind leg. And then I think it's really close between second and third. I think the young man that's going to follow in second, that one's got really good proportions. He's built really wide underneath. I think for me, he's a little staler there at the top of his neck, and then when he drives away, he's starting to reach outside of his skeleton, and that's why he's going to go ahead and stay second. But I think the pair is close, and the young lady that's going to be third has a barrow that closely follows our second place. I just don't think he comes in quite as stout and genuine of a package, and he's a little frailer about that rear leg compared to the one in second. An excellent top trio at the top of this class. Young man's Calico that's going to come out in third, I think, again, one that is excellent. One that also is a little softer on those pasterns, but it's starting to affect the way this one moves. She's a little tender on those front two, but I think a pig that just some excellent in terms of build and design and stoutness from the profile. Another one of those really, really good deep classes. Young lady that comes out next has one that these gilt fights are getting her head up, but I think if she would, I think would give us a really neat look from the profile. I think compared to those top three or top four, a little drier there at the base of her rib, and one that's a little frailer in terms of her features. The young man that comes out next has one that's extremely heavy structured. I mean, stout bone, big-legged one that is still square and moves good. I think his presentation just detracts from his look ever so slightly, one that's a little plainer and more general in the way he's put together and presented today. Young man does an excellent job showing this barrow that comes out next, and I really like the front two-thirds of him, but for me, when he gets out and drives, he's a little shorter out of his hip and a little tighter off of those rear two. Young lady comes out next with the belted gilt, big-bodied, soft, pliable one with a ton of muscle and squareness. I think one that's just a little lower fronted and a little plainer about her head and neck set. Young lady, solid black one that comes out next, really good in the angle to her blade, really flexible out of his rear leg. I think for me, one that's just a little flatter in that rib cage and a little plainer to look at and a little lower in his ear set. And a young man that rounds off our class with the sandy-colored barrow, one that's really wide and bold, and one that should certainly be commended because he's obviously a different breed composition, but a good pig that runs into a really tough class. Congratulations to all those exhibitors.
We'd like to congratulate exhibitors in Class 58. First, Kyle Reed. Second, Caden Reed. Third, Alyssa Spielman. Fourth, Jace Turfel. Fifth, Cadence Hoy. Sixth, Josh Green. Seventh, to Rowan Kaiser. Eighth, to Corey Black. Ninth, to Elena Enoff. And 10th, to Colin Robertson. Reading down your program, 8, 9, 6, 5, 10, 7, 3, 4, 2, and 1. Entering the ring at this time, we have Class 59. We have 9 exhibitors in this class, including John Moscow, Rosemary Wyatt, Meredith Handelman, Trenton Sweeney, Colby McKenzie, Gavin Zolman, Kylie Medlin, Macy Cagle, and Madison Myers.
Our breed show is rolling through, and we're welcoming our middleweight champion, Mason Spielman. I'm really glad to get a chance to talk to Mason. We're always in the same barn, and I never get a chance to chat with you. So, Mason, you have to be very excited. You have a middleweight champion.
Yes, I'm very excited for my middleweight champion.
So tell us a little bit about your pig.
She is a blue butt crossbred, is what they call them. She's like it's like a black with white hair, so she kind of looks white. I mean, she kind of looks blue. So, and she weighs 257 pounds, and she won champion middleweight crossbred at the Carroll County 4-H FFA today.
Now, you called her a blue butt, and some of our viewers might think that sounds pretty funny.
Yeah.
What makes her a blue butt?
So she has black skin, and the white over it makes her look kind of like a bluish color to her.
Oh, very good. And Mason and I were talking before, and Mason comes from a family of showmen, who've been doing this a really long time. He's got a big sister, Alyssa, who's pretty driven and pretty committed. And so I was wondering what it's like being the little brother in the barn.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of fun. It's kind of not fun. She'll tell you what to do sometimes. She'll get mad if you don't do what she said sometimes, but it's usually always fun in the barn with her. I mean, we always work together, clean pens, washing pigs, walking pigs, always try to work with each other.
And so I'm sure you've learned a lot from her, too.
Yes, I have learned a lot from her.
Very good. Well, Mason, congratulations. I know you got a lot of work ahead of you. You're going in for the Grand Champion Drive, and we wish you all the best.
Okay, thank you.
And flexibility, that's an easy place to land. The young lady's belted barrow that comes in next. I love that one's stoutness and length of hip. I think that's a really wide-made kind of a barrow for me, one that's getting a little longer in terms of his body length, a little lower-fronted type of a hog that's just a little bit plainer there in his jowl. That's a really good pair of them at the top of this class. The young lady's belted gilt that comes in third. That one's got a really neat front end. She's big forearmed and wide in her chest. I think when we've got a top end this good, we need to clean that lower belly up and then just make her, we need to clean that lower belly up and make her a notch looser as she drives out of her rear leg. Excellent top three in this particular class. Young lady's barrow that comes out next. This one's got a really neat head and front end. Whenever she gets his head up, he kind of wants to ride the gate on her some. I think a pig that starts to get outside of himself a little bit when he drives away from us. We'd like to make him just a bit square when he leaves the ring. Young man's tri-colored one that comes out next. This one's stout and shapely and big in terms of her center. One for me, we need to stouten up in terms of her foot and make her just stouter in terms of her structure to match all that extra muscle. Young lady's blue barrow that comes out next, one that's growthy and productive. I think a really big centered kind of a hog that gives us a good balanced look from the side. He's just a little more general, a little plainer in terms of his head, one that's just a little staler in terms of his appearance. The young man's belted one that comes out next, another long-bodied one. Love the extra length and extension. I think for me, one that's just too frail in terms of her features, needs to be shortened up in terms of her moderation and body length. Young man's half-belted gilt that comes out next. That one rolls a ton of shape out of the backside of her blade, comes stout and big out of her hip. I think one that is just a little tight and bowed out in that hock. We need to fix her rear leg specifically on the right side of her body. And a young lady that rounds off our class has a big outline kind of a pig that's really tall-shouldered, one that we just need to make stouter all the way through, open her up in terms of her chest, and give her a shot of width. Congratulations to those exhibitors.
Results of Class 59 is as follows. Congratulations, Colby McKenzie, first. Second was awarded to Madison Myers. Third to Kylie Medlin. Fourth to Macy Cagle. Fifth to John Moscow. Sixth to Rosemary Watt. Seventh to Gavin Zolman. Eighth to Trenton Sweeney. And ninth to Meredith Handelman. Entering the ring at this time is your heavyweight crossbred market hog class 60. Exhibitors include Haley Bittinger, Jenna Repass, Marshall Mongold, Boyd Bechtel, Alexis Arbaugh, Atlee Hoy, Cabry Turner, Chase Wright, Tristan Kaiser, Victoria Hopkins. Market hogs in this class range from 276 to 279 pounds. There are 10 head in this class. Just to let you all know that the grand champion cake sold for $15,000.
How much?
good class of crossbreds with some differences, and while I'd like to clean the young man's up in terms of the stain on his front legs, I think one that comes together really nice. I like his flexibility. I like his mobility as he drives the ring. A barrel that we'd like to make a little stouter in terms of his skull, but I think one that comes together nice. He's got some shape. He's good and fresh in terms of his center. Like I said, maybe want to change his presentation a little bit, but I think he's the best pig in his class. The young lady that's going to come out next with the one that, the kind of wide, white belted one in the middle, I really like that one's hip and hind leg. He could motor for days. Is he as attractive up front as the one in third? No. But I like that one's hip and hind leg. I like his body shape. I like his general basic build. The young lady that's going to come in third, that one's head and neck is much better. I like the way it hooks up onto the top of his shoulder, and then she does an excellent job getting her shown, but that gilt's just a little too short and tight out of her rear end. Need to increase her flexibility. The young lady that comes out next, one that's extremely long-hipped and square and mobile. For me, one that gets a little lower fronted. Would like to jack his front end up and make him more attractive. The young lady's blue one that comes out next. That one's extremely shapely up high. We have a ton of dimension up high. That one leaves us with a ton of shape, just getting a little lower on those front pasterns and a little more general in the way she's put together. The young man that comes out next has one that's really bold in his center. I like that one from a basics standpoint. For me, one that's just too frail and narrow in terms of his skull and feature. Need to stouten up that bone just a little bit. Young lady's white one that comes out next. That one's wide built. Rolls a lot of shape up high, a lot big forearm laid into that hog. One that's just a little plainer to look at, a little coarser in terms of his design, but one that's really stout and shapely. Young lady comes out next, brings us one that's got one of the best hip and hind legs in the class. That one's loose and flexible, just comes at us too narrow in his chest and flat in his body shape. He's starting to push some extra condition in the lower part of his body. The young man that comes out next, that's a good pig that's front feet have just given out on him. He's starting to get pretty tender up there up front, but one we like in terms of stoutness and general build from the side. The young lady's blue one that rounds off our class, that's a big scaled kind of a hog, one of the tallest fronted ones in here. One for me that's just too narrow in his chest and flat in his forearm. I wish we could just stouten him up all the way through. Congratulations on a good class.
Results of Class 60 is as follows. Congratulations to Boyd Bechtel for first. Haley Bittinger was second. Third was awarded to Tristan Kaiser. Fourth to Victoria Hopkins. Fifth to Atlee Hoy. Sixth to Chase Wright. Seventh to Jenna Repass. Eighth to Cabry Turner. Ninth to Marshall Mongold. And 10th to Alexis Arball. If you're reading down the program, 2, 7, 9, 1, 10, 5, 8, 6, 3, and 4. Into the ring at this time, if you're keeping track. This is our last full class of the evening before we move into our champion drives. This class includes Juliana Huntington, Kinsley Shaver, Maddox Woodland, Emma Robertson, Hayden McGrath, Kinley Andrew, Macy Eves, Anna Coppersmith, and Lane Miller. These 9 market hogs are weighing 280 to 285 pounds.
Good trio at the top of this class, but I think the young lady's the easy place to land. I think one that's really neat in terms of her head shape, one that really spreads out of the backside of her blade with a ton of dimension. Big-chested, good balanced kind of a pig that still leaves us with a big square rear leg. I like that gilt an awful lot. The young man down in the corner that's going to be second, I think most resembles our class winner in terms of stoutness. That one's got a huge forearm and an extremely big rear leg. Maybe one that's just a little drier in that rib cage, maybe starts to get outside of herself when she really gets out and moves. But I think one that just in terms of stoutness and stoutness of structure and rear leg size, I think is one we have to keep up there in second. The young man's gilt that comes out in third, one that's really well presented. He does an excellent job getting this one shown. I like that one's extension up front. For me, she's just a little too closed up underneath compared to those top two. Would like to stouten her up in terms of her structure to move her into first or second. The young lady that comes out next has our kind of big-scaled, long-bodied kind of a pig that's tall-shouldered. I really like this one's build, too. She's flexible. She's loose. I think for me, one that's just too dried out in that rib cage. Just one that maybe doesn't fit together as nice from a proportionality standpoint. The young man that comes out next brings us a really bold, practical kind of a pig. I love the center body in that one. One that's got plenty of muscle and is extremely flexible out of her rear leg. I think one that's just a little bit frailer in terms of her skull, a little plainer in the way she comes together from the profile. The young lady that comes out next brings us a tall-shouldered one that's extended ahead of his blade. I really like the looseness of that barrel. He's just too narrow underneath. Would like to widen him up, shoulder in his rib cage, and stouter when he leaves us. Young lady with the blue belted one that comes out next, one that rolls a tremendous amount of shape out of the backside of her blade, really good groove down his top, really stout when he leaves us, a pig that's just getting a little tighter there in his rear leg, a little straighter in his hock. I just like to make him more flexible to move him up. Young lady's sandy colored pig that comes out next, that's a huge chest and a big forearm. My problem is when he leaves me, he's starting to get really bowed out in his hock and outside of his skeleton, but a really good stout kind of a barrow to sit in that pin. And the young lady that rounds off our class, a really productive barrow, really good in terms of his center body. I think a pig that just needs a shot of bone and forearm. Would like to make him stouter all the way through. Really good class. Give them all a round of applause.
Results of our last class of crossbreds. First, congratulations, Macy Eves. Second, to Hayden McGrath. Third, to Lane Miller. Fourth, to Juliana Huntington. Fifth, to Maddox Woodland. Sixth, to Anna Coppersmith. Seventh, to Kinley Andrew. Eighth, to Emma Robertson. Ninth, to Kinsley Shawyer. If you're reading down your program, 4, 9, 5, 8, 2, 7, 1, 6, and 3. Entering the ring at this time, we have the following exhibitors. Kyle Reed, he's driving a pig weighing 272 pounds. Boyd Bechtel, his pig's weighing in at 277. Macy Eves is driving a pig weighing 282. And Colby McKenzie is coming out with a pig weighing 275. Your champion heavyweight crossbred trophy was donated by Philip and Sharon Natz. Your reserve champion heavyweight trophy was donated by Jim, Katie, Elliott, Emmett, and Elizabeth Weishauer. At the conclusion of this selection, we will be selecting your champion and reserve champion crossbred market hog.
Put your hands together for our heavyweight exhibitors. I think an excellent crossbred show as we start to wind it down here, and I'm excited to pick our champion crossbred overall. I think all of these exhibitors have done an excellent job. The classes have been deep, and I just hope I've been able to explain to you what I'm seeing as we get on down through some of those classes that are really deep. For me, there's one out here that just kind of puts together build and freshness. Maybe has a structure edit we'd like to make, but I think one that's loose, has an extremely good reach out of their rear leg, and then one that is just so fresh in terms of shape and presentation. Young man in the middle of the ring will be our champion.
We'll bring Caden Reed back in for contention for reserve.
We drop our second in that class that was really tough with those top three, and maybe second and third were different in terms of type than our class winner. And I think that barrel still looks good out here. He's still what he looked like in class, and I still think he's the second best one. Congratulations.
We would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Kyle Reed for exhibiting your heavyweight champion crossbred, and Caden Reed for exhibiting your heavyweight reserve champion crossbred. We are now going to bring back our lightweight, middleweight, and heavyweight champion market hogs and select your grand champion crossbred. Your lightweight crossbred is exhibited by Estella Gover. This pig weighed in at 246 pounds. Mason Spielman brings your middleweight champion in the ring, and this pig is weighing 257. And from our heavyweight division is Kyle Reed. Market hogs weighing in at 272. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for these crossbred exhibitors.
Put your hands together for all of our crossbred exhibitors. I don't say it lightly that this is one of the deepest breeds of pigs I've judged at a county fair. You know, I can even think back to 8 years ago when I was here, and I think this show has gotten even deeper than it was before. But I think all three of these out here are excellent. I think they kind of fit the mold of what we're looking for. They've got to be built right from the side. They've got to be fresh in terms of their build and muscle and presentation and their fill, and then they've got to have those extra pieces. And I think there's one out here that's got some of those extra pieces, one that is just a true athlete in the way he motors. Young man's heavyweight will be our champion.
We're going to bring back your reserve heavyweight with Caden Reed. We do need our breed champions to the holding area. All breed champions to the holding area at this time.
Young man drops his reserve heavy out here, and I think he fits right in. You know, one that's built wide, he's flexible, maybe one that's just a little bit staler in terms of his neck and the way his crest at the top of his blade. But I think that barrow's certainly in contention, and he's very good. And I wish I could pick a top 5 crossbreds, but I'll say I'm a sucker for a good fresh blue one. The young man's middle will be our reserve.
We would like to congratulate your champion crossbred exhibitor, Kyle Reed. Your reserve champion crossbred exhibitor was Mason Spielman. We are now going to select your grand champion overall market hog. Madison.
We're coming to the end of the fair, but we have one more interview to bring you, and that is somebody who is at the beginning of their show career. And so we welcome Vivian Hadfield. She's a first-year exhibitor. And so, Vivian, I want to ask, how was it like out there? This is a really big show. I'm sure it was a little scary and a lot of fun.
It is kind of difficult because the judges can be tough, but third place for both of my times was pretty good for my first year, I think.
That is excellent. Great job.
Thank you.
What kind of pigs do you have?
I have one crossbred. Her name is Poppy.
And what's your favorite thing about your crossbred?
That she's kind of sassy.
She got a little sass to her?
Yes.
So was she hard to train to walk?
A little bit. She wouldn't go up the hill down at our barn. She wouldn't go up the hill too often. And she wasn't gaining a lot of weight when she first started, so we had to give her some food to make her weigh some more food to make her weigh. But overall, I've had a great time, a good experience, and this has been the best, just doing this.
That's fantastic. Good for you. You going to keep showing in years to come?
Maybe. But it has been a really big challenge for me.
So, well, maybe next year you come back. Maybe you bring your pig back here with the big old banner. How's that sound?
Yes.
Well, Vivian, it's a delight to meet you and to chat with you, and good luck.
Thank you.
Chamberlain, this Duroc weighed in at 277. Liam Hartner is exhibiting your champion Hampshire market hog. This pig weighs 275. Haley Bittinger is driving your champion Hereford market hog. That pig weighed 282. Elena Enoff is driving your Poland, weighing 269. Your spot champion is exhibited by Madison Laney and weighed 264 pounds. Coming from your Tamworth division is Harper McGrath. This pig's weighing in 278. Mason Spielman had champion Yorkshire. This is being driven by his sister Alyssa. This Yorkshire market hog is weighing 270 pounds. And your champion crossbred is being exhibited by Kyle Reed and weighs 272. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for our grand champion market drive at the 2026 Carroll County and 4-H FFA Fair.
put your hands together for all of our exhibitors today, whether they're out here now or they were 10th in class. I think this program, and obviously your guys' support from the community, is excellent here. And I want to just preface by saying I think these county fairs still matter. And I know there's a lot of folks out there that maybe don't think they do, that maybe we don't need these, but this is where a young kid finds out this is what they want to do in their life, or this is where a young kid figures out they want to go judge in college and get a scholarship. And so I think that these county fairs are really important. And you guys do an excellent job here, okay? I just want to commend all of you guys. You guys should give yourselves a round of applause for the support that your community has, and then these kids that you've brought here to show today. Now, kids, I'm going to give the general. You need to go home and thank your parents and your mentors, whoever got you here, okay? Because that's really important. As I've gotten older and I've started to have kids of my own, I understand now, what it takes to do these things. And so, make sure you go home and thank your parents. That's really important to me, okay? That being said, I'm not going to speak too much longer. This program's important, and you guys are doing an excellent job growing it and keeping it alive in Carroll County. So, again, I commend you guys on that. I'm going to go select your champion market hog. But again, congratulations to all of the exhibitors, whether they're out here now or if they were 10th in class or if they were in some of those tough classes where maybe they didn't quite agree with the way I placed them. But I've got the ones out here I like the best, and I'm going to go show you my favorite. Again, congratulations.
We bring back out Mason Spielman, our reserve crossbred.
We drop our reserve cross out here, and I think she fits right into the mold. She fits right in with the rest of the top end of this lineup. I think she's very good, and she came out of probably the toughest and deepest class of the day. I'm going to evaluate him a second longer with her out here. This is the last time I'm going to get on the mic, but again, congratulations to all the kids, and I look forward to the cattle show tomorrow.
Your reserve grand overall is your Duroc Market Hog, exhibited by Caleb Chamberlain. And we drop in Graham Hester. All right, folks, here you go. Your grand champion market hog is exhibited by Kyle Reed. Your reserve grand champion came out of your Duroc division and was shown by Caleb Chamberlain. Your third overall market hog was your reserve crossbred, exhibited by Mason Spielman. Your spot, exhibited by Madison Laney, was fourth overall. And rounding out our top five was our Yorkshire market hog, exhibited by Mason Spielman.
I want to thank you all for joining us this evening for the 2026 Market Swine Show. And as our show comes to an end, so many of these projects come to an end for our young people. Some of them are super excited with how they did this evening. Others will go home and consider things they have to work on for next year. But above all, we can be sure the kids have learned an awful lot of lessons through a long night and through a long season of raising pigs. And we're so glad that you stayed to watch them, to support them, and to cheer them on. And so we look forward to welcoming you tomorrow for the beef steer show. So we'll be back at it again, and then we'll be back here for the livestock auction on Friday, where these projects truly do come to an end. But for tonight, thanks so much for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you again soon.